¿Qué les gustaría?
Sí, lo podemos hacer.
A ver, Adrián, aquí es cuando los amigos se miden, ¿eh? Pues bueno, muy contentos y vamos a ver si podemos compartir un poco más el link. Voy a este espacio en otra pantalla, pues, para poder empezar a promover también. ¿Se puede activar algún tipo de música? Porque eso sí podría hacer, eso sí me gustaría, por ejemplo. Sí. Cámara 4. ¿Cómo es cómo funcionan las cámaras, Lauren?
Pues es muy simple. Son los ojos de los avatares que tienes al fondo que están tomando las videos,
Puedes poner
las
/cámara.
películas.
¿Y está grabando también?
No.
Además de transmitir, ¿está grabando? ¿Cómo lo podemos grabar? Como un resumen.
Con
Todo está grabado, Roberto.
Perfecto.
todo lo que vamos a hacer estará grabado así.
Excelente. Pues yo les voy a compartir este video de mi artista preferido, se llama Flavien Berger. Francés, por supuesto. ¡Guau! Entradón, ¿eh? Alejandro, alzo la mano.
Peut-être les prévenir.
Roberto, ¿puedes hacer un broadcast message?
Broadcast message.
En la room, no en el mundo, ¿vale? En la room.
Hello, everyone. first. Hola. Sí. Okay. Señor Daniel Dacomba, bienvenido. Qué gusto verle. Mr. David Bogan, self, and Didi Bogan, eh? They're already getting some of our KPs. Amazing. So, we're going to wait 5 more minutes, and we're going to be good to go. I hope you're enjoying the video. I think it's very remarkable.
Esperamos algunas más minutas, ¿no?
2 minutos más y ya está. Listo.
Sí.
Preparémonos. Estamos listos.
Y esperamos al doctor Lassie.
El doctor Lassie, no sé si se va a conectar tan temprano, sí.
No sé.
A ellos todavía les queda 1 hora.
Mm.
Pues bueno, ¿te parece que comenzamos?
Como tú quieras.
Venga. Creo que acabo de quitar mi herramienta de presentación. ¿Cómo le hago para reactivarla?
Ah. Esperamos 1 minuto más.
Vale.
¿Tú vas a empezar?
Sí.
Vale.
Yo estoy completamente abierto al público, ¿verdad? Todos me escuchan bien y demás. Alexandra, ¿qué te parece la plataforma?
Hola, Alexandra.
Hola.
All right, we're good to go.
Okay.
So thank you very much, everyone, to be here. We are starting a new experience, a new opportunity for the ocean advocates and for the ocean enthusiasts all around the world, because it's the first time that I can recall to be able to assist to such a gathering of minds, to such a gathering of innovations that attempts to fix one of the greatest challenges, if not the greatest challenge in this planet, that is recuperate and secure the health of the oceans. The oceans as the life support system, the oceans as the origin of all life forms, and that thing that we share not only among us as a 70% water human beings, but also since the genesis of the planet, every dinosaur, every cloud, every rain, it's all coming from the same water. And in that sense, I'm honored and humbled to be here in front of such an extraordinary group of people in which I relay this opportunity to really create a better future. I think it's to each and one of us to create legions that can support this amazing challenge. And in this collaborative, radical collaboration, as the United Nations call it, one of the SDGs, I was lucky enough to follow this amazing effort of Monsieur Laurent, who is a leader on innovation in France, who has provide an amazing context for all technologies and creators and other industries who are looking to innovate, to invite him over to the World Oceans Day and provide the opportunity to gather many people in one room that can be expanded, contracted, or shared in all social media. So our message, our efforts, and our commitments can reach to a wider audience. And I want to highlight the opportunity of using a virtual academy for the coming decade of science of UNESCO. It is a fact that those who are on the field of action don't have too many visitors to learn how to grow corals and plant corals, and we need to speed that process. And for that, I will mention a few of the panelists that are going to be joining us today. I will start with the present one, like Dr. David Vaughan. You're honoring us with your presence. And I learned a very nice trick from him. He said, every 2 breaths you take, one is from the ocean, the deeper one. So I would like to invite everybody to take a deep breath, even if we are here on this virtual environment. So if you, with your consent, doctor, I will take this opportunity to reply your words and say, like, everybody please take a deep breath. And now a deeper one. And now that we are here in this fully virtual environment, let's share to the world in the best way we can, with all our social media, the opportunity to reach to the best knowledge that we have put together in the World Oceans Week. There is going to be an amazing panel at 1 p.m. and then a continuation of events that is going to bring a lot of value to everybody who assists. We also have the exhibition area where all the solutions are going to be able to be a spotlight and people can access to them. And maybe we can have some fun on the Recto Verso environment where art and nature meet. So I would like to invite Monsieur Laurent to take the stage and share with us some words. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Roberto. Dear friends, Juan Manuel, Carlo, and you, Roberto, dear representatives of the OECD, dear all, I'm honored that this event is taking place here in this Laval virtual world, and happy that we are here to celebrate the oceans, to develop together new ideas, to solve problems, and create the necessary change. We must indeed innovate for sustainable oceans. We must innovate for the planet. And that is good, I think, because innovating is in the nature of man. We are in Laval, which is a wonderful medieval town that stretches along the Mayenne in France. And we innovated 22 years ago when we decided to invest in virtual reality technologies. In addition to the laboratories, universities, and companies that make Laval a cluster of excellence in this field in Europe, both in VR technologies and in the uses of VR technologies, Laval Virtual was created as a tool of attractiveness and influence. So, you know, we are not very close to the ocean here, but not so far. Saint-Malo is 1 hour and a half, just like the Mont Saint-Michel, and we are 2 hours far from Vannes or Saint-Nazaire. I would like just to digress a little bit to say that an amazing company is installed in Laval, which manufactures marine drones equipped to carry out scientific missions on the seas and oceans. They have just finished a mission in the Mediterranean Sea, funded by Prince Albert de Monaco. And probably you don't know, but the Prince Albert of Monaco, is also Duke of Mayenne. And this mission was to follow and listen to the movements of cetaceans, among other data, because the drone collects in real time so many data which are very useful for monitoring the health of our oceans. Fabien de Varenne, the founder, is in Laval and can help you if you need some things about that, some information. I said that Laval Virtual was born in 1999. 22 years later, we fulfill our mission by organizing each year in Laval the largest event in the world dedicated to these technologies, with more than 300 exhibitors and nearly 20,000 visitors. We shine by organizing each year 2 other major events in the world, one in Amsterdam, the VR Days, next event will be in November, the other in China, in Qingdao. Thanks to our experience and expertise, we advise companies and organizations. Our economic intelligence service delivers studies on all uses of immersive technologies, vertical uses in industry, health, construction, tourism, education, or transverse uses such as design, maintenance, training, marketing, and so on. And we are pushing and promoting works on the benevolent uses of these technologies. We are rewarding the best VR for a cause projects. We are even creating a new event next December on ethics in future technologies with an important French media partner. I will try something. Yes. You see, the soil was fertile. So when Juan Manuel and Carlo, our partners from XR Latam, presented Roberto, his project, and this event to us, we immediately decided to support him. Because we firmly believe that immersive technologies can change the world, participate in great upheavals for the good of the planet. And I will give you an example right away that we have just lived and that finally we are living together this evening. Because of COVID-19, Laval Virtual 2020 had to be physically cancelled. But for the first time, it was therefore at the end of April, a large-scale event took place in a virtual reality environment, this one, accessible via computer screens or in virtual reality headsets. 6,600 people downloaded the Laval Virtual World, created their avatars, and came to attend 170 conferences, sometimes with more than 400 people in the auditorium. Avatars networked in 50 virtual meeting rooms or during our parties at night on the soccer field and on the beach. They were able to attend the incredible awards live ceremony that we had. Microsoft, our main partner for this event, received in its virtual suite 1,200 people per day. So real business, real meetings, real emotions. In short, a feat achieved by our team at Laval Virtual. In a month, we transformed the world's largest event dedicated to immersive technologies into a world first for virtual events. In few days, but with more than 20 years of knowledge and expertise in virtual reality, a good knowledge of existing platforms, their advantages, their disadvantages, Laval Virtual became an organizer of virtual events for others. We are now preparing other important events, corporate events, conferences, congresses, seminars, product launches, and so on. A fine example of resilience in the really troubled markets of events. The vision that I carry on immersive technologies and apply more and more to Laval Virtual is the one that taught me a philosopher whose name is Marc Alevi. We are in a world in deep mutation, a chaotic period of 50 years, which is soon coming to an end, and which will bring us into a new era. We are slipping from the era of material conquest to an era of spiritual conquest, slipping from the era of Christian idealism to the era of ecological realism. And I believe that virtual reality technologies are supporting the changes linked to this change of era. So what are these mutations and how does VR support them? The first mutation is the ecological mutation, obviously linked to our frantic demography, which generate a shortage of land resources. It is also, of course, a real threat to the oceans. We have no choice but that of material frugality. And in this, I'm sure virtual reality will help. The virtualization of events like today greatly reduces the carbon impact. No international travel, no car travels, and so on. If tomorrow our offices are also virtual, imagine the pains avoided: no traffic jams and wasted time, no pollution. The same is true in tourism. How many projects have we already seen which use virtual reality to allow cultural visits, museums, or natural sites? This makes sense for all the sites that are overcrowded. Virtual reality is an effective alternative to mass tourism or for very sensitive sites. The second mutation is technological. We suddenly go from mechanical to digital. And this troubled, complex, rapid passage leads to a form of collective cretinization. I don't know if this word exists in English. Let's say cretinization for generating stupidness. The big digital companies are throwing themselves into the abyss of incompetence of parents who did not experiment digital tools when they were children, and which allow subservience to television, video games, screens, likes, flames, and other digital drugs. Yet again, these technologies represent great tools and opportunities for our young people. Education is one of the widest fields of application of virtual reality technologies. It is also one of our roles to help the proper use of new immersive technologies, especially for educational purpose. And I hope that we can put this in action in a virtual academy. The third mutation is sociological. For many reasons, including the two previous ones, the scarcity of resources and the digital switch over, our organizations change, our governances change. We pass from tens of millennia where everything was organized hierarchically to a reticular structure, network structuring our organization and ways of operation. So yes, it is not the most efficient way, but it is the one that best allows resilience. Virtual reality, artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, all these technologies help us, encourage us to operate in a remote network, exactly as we do here now. The fourth mutation illustrates the passage from material conquest to spiritual conquest. We see around us these weak signals carried by digital innovations, making it possible to share our houses, to share our cars, sharing even our spouses and husbands, making it possible to no longer buy goods, but to use and enjoy them for a while. The property is erased in favor of the use. But the risks waiting on our banking systems, the fragility of our large companies often engaged in races to the lowest price, to sell to the greatest number, the increasingly important needs of investments, all this will change the situation. Let's go tomorrow to favor the return to short circuits, short distances in agriculture, in industry, in everything, and the return to excellence, what Marc Alevi calls professional virtuosity. This virtuosity has no fixed, neither low price, but virtuosity has a fair price. One can reasonably think, and in any case, I believe it, that this will contribute to the reduction of inequalities in the world. Finally, the fifth mutation is ethical. My parents' generation said, I raise you up, my son, so that you succeed in life. This no longer makes sense. I said to my children, I'm raising you to make a success of your life, implying that it is not only the money that counts. This is no longer enough. What matters for our grandchildren, I don't have yet, but I will soon, and future generation is to succeed the life, to succeed the life. One life where man is not the cancer of the planet, where his good is completely compatible with the good of nature, where his actions make its presence sustainable on land and on or in the oceans. And as such, I would like to mention the magnificent work of the Dutch non-profit organization, the Dolphins Swim Club, created and animated by Mariscus Jolema and Beno Brada, who fights to protect dolphins and avoid using the dolphins in dolphinotherapy, where we know that their lifespan is strongly reduced. The film they film real dolphins in 360 videos and have invented a virtual reality headset that can go underwater. We welcomed them at VIA Days and Laval Virtual in 2019 with a real swimming pool on the exhibition floor to provide our visitors with this incredible experience of swimming in a pool and in virtual reality with dolphins. This is an amazing example of the difference between succeeding in your life and succeeding the life. Dear friends, dear all, I hope these thoughts can contribute to the objective, to the goal of taking care of our planet, our nature, our environment, and of course, our oceans. Once again, on behalf of my entire team, it is an immense honor and a great pleasure to welcome you to our Laval virtual world. I wish you a nice day and a very good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent. It was a beautiful, beautiful message, and I love that you were able to bring it into, the potential of this technology already implemented. Thank you. That was very enlightening. Okay, everyone. So I guess we're gonna take a little break now, and I suggest you to take a look around. But let's get back here within 20 minutes. So just to tell everybody, if you go to
M'entends, Félix?
Oui, Léon, je t'entends.
Ouais. Je croyais que j'avais plus de son. So we can have a break outside.
The ones that want to go outside and have a break, and we will let you know as soon as we're going to start the next stop.
Hi, Tom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Tom. Can you hear me?
Hola, Fernanda.
Buenos días, Roberto.
¿Qué tal, doctor? ¿Cómo está?
Buenos días.
Ya va entrando.
Lo invitó a, a la experiencia virtual. Bueno, en realidad íbamos a hacerlo el día anterior en un formato más tradicional, pero muy contento de que se haya animado a experimentar este formato.
No, muchas gracias por invitarme. Está muy interesante esta experiencia.
Si me permites, te platico rápidamente. Nosotros tenemos trabajando en realidad virtual ya también 5 años y siempre había esta conversación sobre si somos una industria de realidad virtual, ¿por qué no tenemos eventos en realidad virtual? Y el primero que tomó este paso fue Logan en Laval Virtual, al verse cancelado toda su operación por el COVID, obviamente, y lograron una maravillosa participación de más de 10,000 personas y pues aparte de lo que están viendo aquí ustedes en tema de audiencia, pues también están las personas que están viéndolo a través de YouTube y a través de Facebook, ¿no? Y la idea es también posicionar con un caso práctico cómo las tecnologías inmersivas pueden contribuir a la reducción del impacto pues, de la huella de carbono y pues, el acceder a este tipo de información. Posterior a la plática, me gustaría darte un tour para que veas un poco cómo todo lo que se presentó como contenido estratégico en el Día Mundial de los Océanos está alojado en este espacio y cualquier persona puede acceder en los diferentes horarios. Es un horario abierto de 7 horas, poder conectar con toda esta información y con todo este ecosistema de soluciones, ¿no? Y bueno, voy a mandar un mensaje grupal ahora para avisarle a todos que estamos ya listos para comenzar.
Perfecto. Sí,
¿Parece?
me silencio yo aquí o abro el micrófono hasta que tú me digas de nuevo o tú vas a ser como el maestro de ceremonias.
Es correcto. Yo voy a pasar al centro del podio y en cuanto voy a hacer una pequeña introducción y posterior a esto, pues ya usted se acerca al podio y le cedemos la palabra para que pueda darnos su clase magistral.
Perfecto, muy bien.
Muy bien. Bueno,
Roberto y Rodolfo, buenos días, ¿cómo están?
Buenos días,
Hola, buenos días, ¿cómo están?
Rodolfo,
mucho
te presento
gusto.
a nuestros hermanos colombianos. Les platiqué mucho de cómo Colombia se acaba de agregar como un miembro de la OCDE también. Y ellos son los latinos que estaban representándonos en este evento que te comentaba de Laval Virtual, y fue a través de ellos que logramos también acceder a esta plataforma, que espero la puedas disfrutar porque aquí hay un potencial importantísimo para crear pues experiencias de aprendizaje masivas a un coste marginal prácticamente cero y con un impacto ambiental también
Con los grandes acá.
Entonces, brevemente, gracias Roberto. Rodolfo, la presentación ya está en la pantalla de atrás, ya está en la pantalla principal. Entonces, nosotros estamos pendientes. Por favor, simplemente para pasar las slides, nos dices next y nosotros vamos pasando.
Ok, perfecto.
Y, si,
Muy
y
bien,
por
cuando ustedes
favor,
me digan, pues yo empezaré, ¿verdad?
doctor, por favor, también si puede hablar.
Alexandra Fences, que la conoció también en Madrid, le manda un saludo.
Muchas gracias.
So Roberto, if it's okay for you, we can start.
Perdón.
If it's okay for you, we can start now. Before we start, I would like to do some recommendations. Thank you all for being here today. To begin, we will please ask you to turn off your mix and leave it like that while we have the conference. At the end of the conference, we will have a round of questions. At the bottom of your screen, you can see a raise hand button, and we will be giving you the word to ask your questions.
experience and also to talk about the sustainable ocean economy, all the work in other countries. I'm in Paris, so for me, this is the afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here with you in honor of World Ocean Day, which was Monday. This week was a very interesting week to talk about the ocean agenda. This is a very timely discussion. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced a paradigm shift, and we must force the paradigm shift to prevent other looming emergencies like those facing the climate, biodiversity, and of course the ocean. A healthy ocean is vital to human well-being and economic activity through the many and invaluable functions and ecosystem services the ocean provides. If you can put the next slide, please. Can you hear me? Can you put the next slide? Oh. Well, in the next slide, you will see a photo of perhaps the most dramatic ocean problem that we will face very soon if we don't act rapidly and urgently. It is visible for, okay, perfect. The cumulative impacts of excessive anthropogenic pressures are pushing the ocean to unprecedented conditions with further warming and acidification. The bleaching of the coral reefs is one of the problems we know, but we can lose 90% of the coral reefs if the temperature of the planet increase 2 degrees, and that could happen very soon. I mean, that could happen in less than 2 decades, or perhaps if the warming processes speed up, because we are not controlling, we are not diminishing our CO2 emissions, our greenhouse gas emissions, it will be the first huge loss of the most complex and rich ecosystems in the sea. I think that if we lose, of course, the coral reef, we are not only losing a beautiful environment, but also all the wildlife that it is associated with the coral reefs and the economic activities that are associated with that. Can you put the next slide, please? This is something that is related, of course, simultaneously or in parallel with other events that are caused by the climate change. Extreme weather events are more common. So once a century, extreme sea level events are expected to become once a year events by mid-century in many regions. I'm showing here in this slide the effects of different hurricanes in Puerto Rico. And perhaps you remember that the whole economy of Puerto Rico was devastated by several hurricanes. So it is important to, could you return to the previous slide? I think that we are having a problem. Okay, that one. So acting now to reverse negative trends is a matter of urgency. The next 10 years, for me, might be the last window of opportunity to avert ecological collapse of the world ocean. Achieving the conservation and sustainable use of the ocean through sustainable ocean economies is therefore a matter of urgency. To realize this potential, urgent actions are required for all countries at multiple levels, national, regional, and international, and from individual citizens too. But not all countries are in the same position to enact the bold, forceful actions required to harness the benefits of all sustainable ocean economies. International cooperation, multilateralism, will be key to achieve shared prosperity from the ocean. The ocean is a space where we cannot act as an independent country. We have to cooperate with that. Oh, that's another presentation. That's not my presentation. Could you put the next slide of my presentation, please? Sorry for this problem with the slides, but I think that we are learning how to manage the several presentations that we will have today. Could you return to my presentation, please? Because I was trying to explain how we can, of course, change the way we manage the ocean.
I think Dr. Thomas changed the presentation. Please don't move the information. Carlo, can you cover the screen, please?
Okay, so could you put the next one, please? Next slide. Could you put the this one? Okay, perfect. So prior to the COVID-19 crisis, we at the OECD estimated that the value added of the economic sectors in the ocean. As you can see here, the main active sectors, or the sectors that are generating wealth with the ocean resources, are mainly the oil and gas sector. Tourism is the other one, and of course many other activities that you know very well, but these are the main sectors if we talk in economic terms. If you put the next slide, you will see in the other side of the way who are moving those sectors. So how many jobs are involved in the economic activities of those sectors, and you can see clearly how the tourism and the fisheries activities are generating the majority of the jobs, but they are not, of course, receiving the economic benefits of the use of natural resources as the other industrial sectors that are governing part of the ocean. So that is part of the problematic that we must face. So next slide, please. We projected the ocean economy to double in size by 2030. Future potential for the ocean economy, if managed sustainably, could ensure we avoid the worst environmental impacts while at the same time creating new jobs, of course, food security, clean energy, and diversified and resilient economies. Conversely, failure to act could deepen socioeconomic injustice and environmental degradation, in particular for the most vulnerable, those who are living in coastal areas and could be impacted and can lose their lives because extreme weather events related with climate change. So next slide, please. You can see here something that the IPCC were describing for many years, but NOAA, of course, this kind of graphs on a regular basis. And this is just an example of how the ocean is accumulating the effect of the warming problem in the planet. Since 1970, the ocean already absorbed over 90% of the excess heat trapped by the rising concentration of greenhouse gases. While the ocean's ability to store heat has slowed global warming, this storm is changing the ocean's chemistry. So as you can see here in this graph, the blob, they call it that way, of the West Coast marine ecosystems depressed the salmon returns. So it's a huge economic impact if we talk about fisheries. But we have more or less the same situation in the Humboldt current with El Nino or with La Nina event. In the north part of Mexico, we can see also a clear impact in the biodiversity. So it's something that cannot be avoided in the actual circumstances, because the heating process of the ocean will last for perhaps centuries. This is like a tipping point, as we will not see, I mean, this generation will not see again the ice coverage in the Arctic or in the Antarctic as we saw in the last century. The temperature of the ocean is in the same situation. So the anomalies of temperatures in the ocean are like a tipping point, but is something that we will see very soon in different scientific research.
Can you talk a little bit louder?
Of course, yes, sorry. Can you put the next slide, please?
Thank you, doctor.
Yeah. So like much of ocean policy, what we do on land affects what happens in the ocean. A decisive transition is needed, and delaying climate action will increase costs. Coastal communities, for example, are disproportionately impacted by increasing greenhouse gas emissions. Without adaptation, OECD estimates, you can see the cover of the report that we produced last year, that flood damage under high-end sea level rise, 1.3 meters more or less, will be approximately 4% of world GDP annually. This is the amount of money, trillions of US dollars that we will lose. Of course, OECD has worked on nature-based solutions, integrated coastal zone management, and sea level rise to address barriers to action. This is a specific work that we are doing. But we are also working on biodiversity. Could you put the next slide, please? And let me, sorry, I wanted to talk about the damage to cultural world heritage as Venice, because it's the most recent event that was, of course, very relevant in the pre-COVID-19 crisis, but it's something that is happening in many other places, and we will see also how our cultural heritage is damaged in the future in all our countries. For example, in Mexico, my hometown, we will lose if this sea level rise continues, part of the Mayan region, and many, of course, of the oil and gas infrastructure that we developed in the coastal areas of the Gulf of Mexico. Could you put the next slide, please? This is a quite complex slide about the draft zero proposal for the biodiversity targets in the next COP 2015, in China. We will discuss all these targets, but perhaps you can see in detail that we will, if the things going well, adopt a new target of protection, conservation of natural areas, specifically in the ocean. I think that it's important to see that instead of having, like in the Aichi target, a 10% of coverage of natural protected areas, we are ambitioning to have 30%. And we have to talk about the connectivity among the natural protected areas in the ocean. And that's another innovative idea that we have to test, of course, in the reality, and we have to pursue in the near future. How to connect natural protected areas, for example, in the Pacific Ocean, in order to ensure that whales or other species that are migrating every year have a safety space to keep the evolution of them, to keep, of course, the life that we would like to preserve. That's important in the discussion of the new targets in the CBD, in the Biodiversity Convention of the United Nations. But as you can see also in this graph, the targets of the Biodiversity Convention is now overlapping the climate change targets and the ocean targets too. So we have to look benefits and co-benefits directly to the targets that we are trying to have for our countries as we are having our Paris Agreement commitments. So could you put the next slide, please? This is the case of Mexico. This is the new map of natural protected areas. And because of the COVID-19, we know that the actual government reduced 75% of the natural protected areas commissions. So this is a backsliding policy on biodiversity, and it's something that can create a biodiversity loss. Can you put the next one, please? If we compare, for example, Mexico with other countries that are protecting their oceans, we can see that according with the Aichi targets, we did very well. But with the new targets that we have to have in the next decade or for the next decade, we will be doing a great effort. So we cannot, of course, weaken the organizations that are administrating the natural protected areas in the ocean. Next slide, please. If we, of course, don't do what we have to do to reduce illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing activities, we will be losing some of the species. At the OECD, perhaps you know that we do regularly, every 8 years, every 10 years, environmental performance reviews, peer reviews among OECD countries. And we did one in Mexico 5 years ago. And one of the recommendations was to, of course, invest more in the protection of the vaquita. La vaquita is a very peculiar and endemic species in the Gulf of California, and it is in danger of extinction because of illegal fisheries, of course, but also because of the lack of enforcement in the regulation for fisheries and the regulation for tourism activities. So it's important to take in consideration that without a good management of our natural protected areas in the ocean, we can lose specific species that will be important. This is not related directly with the coral reefs, but it will be related with other anthropogenic effects. Could you put the next one, please? We are also tracking all the financial flows for biodiversity. This is an effort that we are doing because we are gathering information from resilience of marine biodiversity, as I was explaining, reforming fisheries and aquaculture, putting a stop to ocean pollution. I mean, we would like to have or to see in other countries this zero pollution paradigm, also talking about the ocean ecosystems. We, of course, are promoting the use of science, technology, innovation to solve the problems that we are facing right now, in order to create more benefits, more wealth, more jobs, but green jobs or blue jobs, sustainable blue jobs in the ocean. Could you put the next one, please? Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. I always end this kind of presentations about the oceans with a quote from Rachel Carson. I am an environmental engineer, and I read the books of Rachel Carson when I was a student, and she said, well, human race was challenged to prove its mastery, not of nature, but of ourselves. And that is the main challenge that we are facing today. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Doctor, would you mind taking questions from the audience? Doctor, will you take a few from the audience?
Oh, yes, I can take some questions from the audience. Let me try to return to the view.
Okay. So to all the other speakers, please try not to interfere with any audio features or video features in the meantime. Anyone from the audience who would like to raise your hand, if you go to your name, you can click on your name and you can raise your hand to make a question. I will let that open, and I will check on Facebook Live and other stream media. So Benjamin Martinez.
Hi, thanks for this. It's very interesting. I have a question about natural protected areas in Mexico. Recently, there is one news that says there is a major budget cut, and I want to know if this is something real, and how the citizen can do something to avoid this cut.
Well, this is a decision from the federal government that is not directed for the Natural Protected Areas Commission. It's a overall austerity policy, and they, of course, are doing this in order to save money for other purposes. I think that we have a specific experience with one of the funds, the conservation fund that was created to protect biodiversity many years ago in the past century. And we can promote the use of that kind of funds and the international cooperation to preserve some of these areas that are the most relevant ones and part of the natural heritage recognized by UNESCO. I think that we have to prioritize the protection of those areas that are relevant for biodiversity purposes, and also are relevant for the population because of the economic activities that we Mexicans are developing. It is hard to believe that they are cutting so much budget. 85%, I think, is the final number of the reduction in the budget of the Commission, and it's a problem that we have to face perhaps in the next budget of the federal government. I mean, next year. But we will see.
We have another question online from our Facebook Live. From a Latin American perspective, what would represent the opportunities to embrace the sustainable blue economy?
Well, I think that, well, we have several, of course, recommendations, the classic OECD recommendations on decarbonizing the sectors that are using natural resources in the ocean. That's the first recommendation that I would like to highlight, because many of the sectors that are using coastal areas as the tourism sectors or the shipping sectors are part of the problem of the climate change and part of the problem of air pollution or water pollution. So they have to control their emissions, their waste, because they are not doing that in the whole ocean. We have some specific examples for plastics. It's something that we cannot accept. We cannot, of course, use the ocean like a landfill to throw all the waste that we are producing in the agricultural activities, in the tourism activities, or in the transportation activities. And now that the e-commerce is increasing rapidly and intensively in our countries because of the COVID. So the other recommendation is to use new technologies, because as in the energy sector, there are new technologies that can improve the management and also the circularity of many of these natural resources, even in the fishing sector. So innovation is important. Technology options, low carbon and resilient technologies are relevant in the new normal that we are facing after the crisis of COVID-19. We have to do it for the well-being of the people. We have to take into account that many people that are living or working in the ocean sectors are on risk for climate extreme weather events, as I was explaining. So we have to increase their resilience attributes. We have to diminish the vulnerability of the coastal communities and also the vulnerability of those sectors that are more sustainable, that are producing organic foods or that are, of course, managing in a sustainable way the ocean resources. That is in general my first reaction to that question, but the answer, or my answer, could be more complex if we go to the details or if we deepen the analysis of specific sectors. It was good answer? Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. From Marisol Romero, she asked if there is anything we can do to fight or protest against CONAM's budget cuts.
Well, I think that there are many NGOs and there are other of course, institutes, as research institute, academic institutes, doing an analysis of what is the implication of this budget cut for the management of the natural protected areas and also for the enforcement of the law. I believe that those institutions are having a better position to face the problem that the government is creating with these austerity plans.
A question from Colombia. As a new member of the OECD, how is there a possibility for a Mexico-Colombia corridor cooperation? You're mute, doctor. You're getting, yes, now you have it.
I think that
Doctor, I think there is a audio issue. Let us reboot so we can ask the question again. 1 second, please. Can you try again your mic? A ver. Bueno. Doctor, ¿tiene su micrófono encendido? Sí, ok. Bueno, vamos a tomar. Rodolfo está reinicializando su audio. Si vas a la esquina derecha superior, hay una ruedita, ahí tienes la capacidad de reiniciar tu voz. ¿Podremos intentarlo? Esquina superior derecha, reiniciar voz. Ok. Bueno, pues parece que es un problema de Wi-Fi, no del audio. Entonces, all right. Well, Dr. Lassi tried to fix the Wi-Fi problem at the end, and it was not possible. Did you recuperate it? Yes. We can hear you.
hello? Can you? Again, I'm having a problem again.
So in terms of the addition of Colombia to the OECD, is there a opportunity for Mexico-Colombia corridor of the Caribbean programs on that scale? Okay. Okay, doctor. Well, We will let you go now and give the floor to our next panelist. On behalf of Naturalia, Oceans, and we would like to thank you. We would like to thank you very much on behalf of the whole Friends of the World Oceans Day and everybody who are following us on Facebook and YouTube. We thank you for taking this opportunity to test the metaverse, possibly the future of zero environmental cost and zero marginal cost conference, so we can learn more about the amazing work that you are doing. Thank you on behalf of everyone. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. I think that my mic is already working, but well, thank you very much for your attention and your patience. But
go ahead, Doctor. On the contrary, you are good to go. If you want to finish that question, please go ahead.
No, I was trying to explain that it is feasible to connect our Pacific natural protected areas from Alaska to Tierra del Fuego. I think that it is space in the ocean that can be connected in order to protect the biodiversity that we have in those areas. It is needed because, of course, there are illegal activities, and the transportation sector is not controlling their emissions and their waste disposal in the ocean. So I think that we have to do it, and we have to increase the enforcement of those regulations that can be applied in the natural protected areas. Well, thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any other question, please send it to me by email, and I will try to answer you or to share with you more of the information that we have at the OECD information platform and the policy recommendations we have. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
On the next break, I suggest everybody to visit on the meeting rooms area, the OECD section. We set up a beautiful environment for everybody. For after this panel finish, you can take a tour around, and you will see all of the information of the OECD. Please have a doctor, and I would like to welcome now a second generation. I would say that he was a marine biologist since he was preconceived. He was a marine biologist and a coral advocate before was born, and since he had the fortune to born and raised in Jamaica, so even if he has a German heritage, he has a Caribbean heart. Dr. Thomas Goreu is being the world leader on regenerative design of underwater ecosystems, corals, mangroves, and his technologies have been tested all over the world. He has hundreds of examples of success that also incorporate the human aspect, the social aspect. So if you please take the floor, Dr. Thomas Goreu. You can unmute you can turn on your mic.
Microphone on. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you, Doctor.
Good. Okay. Will I be able to control the slides? Is there a screen control on that?
Yes, you can control it from the presentation tool. Just click there and you can put your slide.
Okay, let me just see. How do I do that? Okay, I don't see how to do the next slide, but okay, just use the arrow. Perfect. Okay, if you could please get my presentation on, then okay, I loaded it on earlier, unfortunately at the wrong time, but it should be on your, I don't know who's in control.
Carlo will take over.
Okay, okay. And once he sets that up, then I can just use the advanced, right? The arrows to go forward and backward, right?
You already put the presentation on the presentation tool?
Yes, I did earlier. I did. Unfortunately, while Dr. Lassie was speaking, that interrupted him. I didn't realize that it would do that, but I did download it before. You want me to do it again? If you don't have it, it takes a little while. I have it on already.
We'll still have the other presentation. If you can help us to put your link on the presentation tool, Doctor, please, like you did before.
Wait, you want me to download it again to the presentation tool?
No. On the presentation tool, on the browser, you can put it in there, please.
In the presentation tool?
Yes.
Okay. I did that earlier, but hold on. Let me, whoa. I did it and it didn't go through. One moment. Sorry about that. I thought it was already there. Do I paste? I don't know how to paste into there.
Time-wise.
Well, for the presentation tool, I see what I'm saying. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought it was uploaded already, but I guess it didn't go through. This may take a few minutes to go through, so sorry about that. Okay, well, while it's uploading, let me just, okay, if I just begin with some general discussion?
Please.
Yes, okay. So as Dr. Lassie has mentioned, there's a big push all around the world to develop what's called the blue economy. And so I see someone waving in the front. Is that, okay, no particular reason. Okay, can everyone hear me all right? Okay? Volume?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. So as Dr. Lassie has said, there's a lot of talk now about the blue economy. It's really sort of a buzzword at the UN. And clearly people are saying, well, they want to be making more money from the oceans. And the fact is that every place we go along every coastline, everywhere in the world that is populated, if we look at the ecosystem we have and compare them to how they were 50 years ago, they're nearly gone. Things that used to be abundant, that were valuable, that people really went to sea, we're seeing the last few of them. And what we see instead of the coral reefs or the oyster reefs or the huge schools of fishes that we used to have, what we're seeing now is weeds, slimy weeds that are sort of the last thing left in many places. So we've done that mostly by release of harmful waste from land, essentially sewage and fertilizer and toxicants and all of that. And so we have a very serious situation. Now, of course, we've had overfishing at the same time, and everyone blames the overfishing from the top down for killing our marine ecosystems, but it's really much worse than that. Our marine ecosystems are being killed from the bottom up at the same time that we are destroying them from the top down. And what I mean by that is that eutrophication, the pollution basically of nutrients coming from fertilizer and sewage, what we have now are harmful algae blooms that are smothering and killing the things that we used to have that we valued. Now we have things that are almost useless, except they've got a lot of biomass. And we need to find some way to regenerate marine ecosystems, because the only solution we have now is marine protected areas. Governments and international NGOs love to set up marine protected areas. The problem is that they only work if they contain healthy ecosystems. And in most places, the marine protected areas we see dead and dying just like the areas around them. I don't know a single coral reef marine protected area that has more corals in them because they're managed, but they've never been managed at all. The corals are dying just as fast as those areas that's outside of them because they can't control the real causes of mortality, which is sewage, and all of those things. Serious situation. If we regenerate our marine ecosystems, marine protected areas aren't going to work. If we don't regenerate ecosystem services that healthy ecosystems can produce, we're not going to have a blue economy. So for me, conservation is not going to work without active restoration at the same time, because there's so little marine ecosystems left that are in really healthy condition. I think now, I think it's loaded. Someone get it so I can start the presentation? I'm not in control of the slides, but I would like to be if I can. I'm going to talk here about restoration of a very small area in the Sea of
Please
Cortez.
refresh the screen.
Sorry?
Can you refresh
Okay.
the back screen? Can you try to refresh it?
Refresh the screen. How do I do that?
Presentation tool.
Sorry? The arrow?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I think the previous slides are the ones that are sitting. I don't know. I'm not seeing my slides at all.
You need to do an upload.
Well, I did upload it. I just did that. Went into
Can we
your
try it
system.
again?
Yes, but I don't know how to find it.
Okay. I think it's worth it to take a minute and upload it.
Okay, or can I mean, I don't know if I can share the screen and I play the PowerPoint on my laptop. Will that work? Okay, well, should I just wait? Let me just continue. The key point is that generating marine ecosystems is something no one is doing on a large scale anywhere. The fact is, to do it, we've got to pay attention to the fundamental things that control productivity. In many coastal ecosystems, we're putting so much nutrients in, they're producing too much, and that's why we have nothing but weeds. In the land, the way we restore organisms and ecosystems, we restore the fertility of the soil by adding the critical nutrients that are missing. In the ocean, we can't do that because there are only two limiting nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus. Everything else is put in excess. And nitrogen and phosphorus, the amounts of nitrogen and phosphorus that kill coral reefs are so low that essentially we can't effectively add any to them. Coral reefs are the most sensitive of all marine ecosystems to nutrients, and they die at nutrient levels that are so low that no other marine ecosystem would be affected. So can't really simulate marine ecosystems the way we do on land by adding the missing elements. What we can do, though, is to increase their growth in a really novel way, which is using electricity. And this sounds very strange, but it's something we've been working on for 40 years, called the BioRock method. Now, if I could get this presentation on, I'll be able to show slides. So that's really crucial.
Let's take one small break so you can download and we can all enjoy your presentation, Doctor. I don't want to.
Well,
I mean, we can
okay.
take 5 minutes. Don't worry about it. Just do
But
the
I've
reload.
uploaded it twice. I've uploaded it twice. It's not there?
We will need to do it one more time, Doctor.
One more, using the upload on the presentation tool.
Exactly what you did in the first time when we.
Okay, I'm doing it again. Okay, I'm doing it one more time.
Doctor, when you upload it, you have a URL address, and with that address, we can control and manage your presentation.
Well, Thomas on, and he gave me a link, a link to our server, which is where we have it. And I emailed you that link too. I mean, I sent it by WhatsApp to you.
Okay.
Okay, well, let me just continue so we don't waste time here. What we've discovered is something really unusual, and that is that by using very low amounts of electricity, we can build marine ecosystems of any size or shape, in para-reef structures, and we can speed up the growth and the biodiversity of all marine ecosystems with them. That's through a method that's really unexpected. We found that by we're able to grow solid limestone structures in the sea of any size or shape. And what we find is corals and oysters and all marine organisms and fishes crowd around them at record rates. They're attracted to it and they grow at exceptionally rapid rates, many times record rates. And even more interesting is that they have much higher survival from extreme severe environmental stress. So for instance, when you have extremely high temperatures, and corals are bleaching due to high temperatures, bleaching of the corals were growing, but more than that, they recover. They can be completely bleached, and normally a completely bleached coral is going to die. Ours recover. So we have very low mortality. And the reason we have much faster growth and much less mortality of oysters and corals and everything that is attracted to these structures is that we're stimulating their fundamental energy metabolism. The issue is that if we want to protect coral reefs and other marine ecosystems in the years that come, we don't have methods that allow corals to grow and survive hotter water, more polluted water, higher mud. Conditions are getting worse and worse all over the world. There's no hope of propagating and saving reefs. There's a whole cottage industry full of people breaking and fragmenting corals and gluing the pieces all over the bottom. And, they're really trying to help. These people really mean well. But in fact, almost all those corals die within a year or two because of bad water quality. The water gets too hot, too muddy, too polluted, and they die. It works okay in the lab. It just doesn't work in the field at all. So they never show long-term results. Now, we're doing overcomes those limitations because our corals survive where the other corals don't, simply because they're healthier, growing faster, they have more metabolic energy to recover. I'm going to show some applications of that. I'm showing a few pictures, but I want to discuss applications this year of Cortez. Finally, we've got this up. Okay, now, can I control this with the arrows, Roberto? Let me try that. Looks like I can. Okay, very good. So, sorry, it's a pleasure to be here with everyone, and I'm sorry about the confusion, and that's largely my fault. So, I'm going to talk about the Canal del Infernillo in the Sea of Cortez. This is a very special place in the Sea of Cortez. Now, wait a minute, it's not responding to the next, I'm trying to do the next slide. Is there a way that I can control it? I'm not in control of the slides. Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, so this is a sort of view of the globe. I'm sorry, I don't have the arrow, control of the arrow that I can point out, but the Sea of Cortez is a great big gash of deep blue water that pokes right into the heart of the Sonoran Desert. It's the driest area of North America. So it's extremely desert habitat. It's very dry on land, but nevertheless the oceans are incredibly rich. It's a very unusual situation. The next slide, please. Oops, what slide before that? I think, yes, that's right. The reason this gap, sorry, the next slide, okay, is because Baja California used to be part of Mexico and it's been torn off by plate tectonics. It's a global spreading center right on the Sea of Cortez. It's one of the most rapidly spreading parts of the Earth. There's huge amounts of very hot superheated water pouring out in the bottom. It's very deep and it's opening up. And it's a completely unique habitat because the two sides of the sea are moving apart from each other at a very rapid rate. Next slide, please. That's, as a result, there's a huge number of earthquakes right along because of all the faults and movement and volcanic activity down at the bottom. So it's an earthquake center. And those earthquakes, of course, since the water is very deep, every time there's an earthquake, there's an underwater landslide, and every time there's an underwater landslide, there's some sort of a tsunami. So this is an area that's very vulnerable to tsunamis, even though there isn't any really long historical record of it, but you can see very clearly from the geology of the shorelines that there must have been many big tsunamis in the past. Very active area and a very dynamic area of the world. Next, please. Sure what's happening with the slides? Is that slide? No. I'm not. Yes. Okay. I don't think I can control the slides here. So that's a chart showing the depth. Slide them. Doesn't look like the slides are working. I'm sorry. I don't seem to have control over them.
Just tell us when you need the presentation to move. We will take over.
Okay, well, but next slide, next slide. This is the earthquakes. Sorry, I really do want to move quickly, but can't unless I control the slides. So yeah, okay, well, okay, that missed one there. The one before that was showing the fact that the waters, never mind, go to that one. That one. Okay, so not only is there very deep water that penetrates, that allows cold, nutrient-rich ocean water to penetrate all the way into the Gulf of California. Desert, there's almost no nutrients coming in from the land side except for the Colorado River at the north, and that no water flows into the Sea of Cortez from that end anymore because it's all drained. So as a result, the nutrients come from the mixing of the deep cold water that enters from the south, and then it's stirred by the tides. The Sea of the Mar of Cortez is very unusual because there are huge tides at the northern end. They get up to almost 8 to 10 meters high. The further north you go, the bigger the tides come in because the tides rush in and then they hit a dead end and bounce back up. And all that big, huge tides stir the water up, bring the nutrients up from deep water to the surface. And that makes it incredibly productive. Nutrients of phytoplankton, little microscopic plants growing like mad. Next slide, please. That makes it like a green soup. It's full of phytoplankton and little organisms. And when you look at that water, it's just wiggling with little microscopic creatures. It's extremely rich. So it's a huge food supply for clams and fishes and everything that eats them. If we look at a map of productivity here, it shows the amount of chlorophyll in the water, how chlorophyll is the green pigment in leaves. It's the same green pigment that's in little microscopic plants that we can't see. So the red areas are areas that you see here of high chlorophyll. Those are waters that are very productive, green waters, not blue waters. As you see here, the Sea of Cortez is an area of extremely high productivity because of these unique geological features and the way the tides mix them, especially up at the north. And as a result of that, so I go back one slide, please. As a result of that, the Sea of Cortez, especially the northern end, backward, please, back, especially the northern end, is extremely rich. Now, as a result of this, the state of Sonora alone produces about 40% of Mexico's fisheries. And the other three states, Sinaloa and Baja California del Sur, make up about another 40%. So nearly 80% of Mexico's fish catches comes from those handful of states there. So it's extremely productive. And it's devastated by overfishing. If you read the works that were written back in the 1930s or 1940s, they described a system that already collapsed from overfishing because it was full of huge and incredible fish. The incredible productivity has made it a hotspot of biodiversity. The Sea of Cortez is full of species of fishes and corals and snails and everything that live nowhere else in the world. So it's very productive and very biodiverse. What happened is it was full of very valuable species, and people went and they pretty much caught them all with drift nets and long lines. They wiped out the sharks, they wiped out the turtles, they wiped out the big fish. Now all we see is small fish. So it's an ecosystem that had already collapsed about 90 years ago. In the 1930s was already in obvious collapse. So we have to do something to regenerate that if there's going to be much of a future. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, it's very productive. The Sea of California, the Sea of Cortez, is full of whales. And in the winter season, when the cold winds blow from the north, they migrate down along the western side of the eastern side of of Baja California, the western side of the Sea of Cortez. And in the summer, when the warm winds blow from the south, they migrate up to the shallow water in the north, and they feed off all the tremendous productivity of fish in there. So that large number of whales, because of that productivity, they migrate back and forth. Next slide, please. Slide. Slide, please. Beside whales, they're whale shark. Whale sharks aren't whales, they're the sharks. They're the biggest fish of all, and they're harmless plankton feeders too. Next slide, please. Again, they migrate back and forth from the north to the south of the Sea of Cortez, following the deep water along the western side of the Sea of Cortez. They avoid the shallow water on the east. Slide, please. Northern Sea of Cortez has two of the most amazing marine animals on Earth. The vaquita and the totoaba. The vaquita is in the center. The vaquita is the smallest dolphin in the world, porpoise in the world, and it's the rarest. We're down to about a dozen of them. They exist only in the northern end of the Sea of Cortez, nowhere else in the world. Vaquita in the center, and around it is a totoaba. The totoaba is a fish that used to get more than 2 meters long, and the Sea of Cortez was full of them. They laid their eggs in the fresh waters that came in from the Colorado River. So their whole habitat for laying eggs has disappeared as that river has dried up from overpumping of the aquifers. Totoaba is not only a remarkable fish, both of these occur nowhere else but in the Sea of Cortez, but the totoaba is not only one of the rarest fishes in the world now because of the overfishing, it's also one of the most valuable because the liver is used in Chinese medicines worth a fortune. Fisherman who catches a totoaba, he's going to be rich. That's how lucrative they are. And even though they're endangered and disappearing fast, they're still being fished. Next slide, please. Vaquita is only in that extreme northwest corner where the Sea of Cortez used to come out. Next slide. Shows the totoaba, and the totoaba had a bigger range, but once again, they were entirely dependent on the fresh water in the Sea of Cortez. So, slide. We establish the populations, we have to not only stop fishing, we have to grow more of these things. We've got to produce fresh water in order to raise totoaba. Researchers in Mexico are very successful in raising baby totoaba, but they just need more fresh water and more habitat for them to grow. Next slide, please. Could I have the next slide, please? Yes, and the totoaba is caught with nets. The nets catch vaquitas. No one wants to kill vaquitas. They all love the vaquitas, but they love the money they get from selling the totoaba livers even more. So that's why the vaquitas are being wiped out along with the totoaba. Slide, please. Now, this is the northern Sea of Cortez, and I want to focus on this island, Tiburon, on the eastern side of the Canal del Infernillo, which is the narrow channel that separates it. Next slide, please. This is a very exceptional habitat. This is a large desert island. There's no water, no rivers on it, and it's got a very narrow channel between it and the mainland of Sonora with racing currents. I mentioned there are high tides. The tides try to pass through this channel, they pile up, and you get a sort of a surge, a pressure wave that flows through this channel at high speed both ways, and that's why it's called Canal del Infernillo, or the Channel of Hell, because such ferocious currents, it can be very dangerous to go in, and so boats avoid it. The whales avoid it, the big fish avoid it because it's such shallow water, it's so turbid. There are huge sandbanks inside of this channel. Waters go green water loaded with life just goes flushing through several times a day, but it's dangerous to move through it. Next slide, please. And that's the Canal del Infernillo from a satellite with Tiburon or Shark Island in the foreground. Next slide. Another aerial view looking up. Now, on both sides, it's desert. The channel itself is really rich with life. Next slide, please. This is the land of the Comcac people. All of the coast of Sonora was the original land. They're the Aboriginal inhabitants of the Sea of Cortez. A really unique people. They are Mexico's smallest indigenous community and in many ways one of the most remarkable. And they're remarkable because they survived nearly 300 years on Isla Tiburon. They fled to avoid being killed by Spanish and Mexican crews. They lived there because and Spanish troops couldn't follow them. There was no water. Couldn't chase them into the desert. They would die of starvation. Thirst. And the cat lived off the cactus, and they lived from the sea. They lived mainly off turtles. So, back please. They have a remarkable tradition of art in many ways, but they lived from the sea because they had no water. And they lived from turtles for a long period of time, but now the turtles are gone. They lived from shark fins for a long time, but now the sharks are gone. And they're really remarkable people. They speak a language not related to any other language in the world. It's thought that their only close relatives were the vanished Aboriginal people of Baja California. They're the only people who are closely related to them. And it's thought by some people that they are a remnant of the very first migration of people to the Americas that came down the coast all the way down to Chile by about 15,000 years ago. Later on, there were migrations inland once the ice melted, but it's thought that the first migrations from the coast, and it's thought that the Comcaac might be a remnant of that. But as I say, they speak a completely different language, and they're physically very distinct. They're unusually tall. The men used to wear beards, so they really look very different than other people. Remarkable people. They survived, as I say, without water, rivers, about 300 years living from the sea. So they're master observers. Their land is an exclusive fishing zone controlled by the Comcaac Ejido, and so they regulate and manage that area. So we're trying to work with them to try to regenerate the area of the Canal del Infernillo. Slide, please. The area has unique ecological features. They've got a bunch of remarkable estuaries. Our northernmost mangroves of the Sea of Cortez and the northernmost coral reefs are in this channel. So they're very rich habitats, and they're the nursery grounds for the fish species. So they're very important that they protect them, because these estuaries don't get any fresh water from the land. They're living off nutrients coming from the sea, flushing through the channel. It's a very unusual ecosystem. Next slide. And Canal de Infernillo is the largest area of seagrass on the Pacific coast of Mexico. The only area that had shallow banks full of sand, choked with sand in the channel, lots of seagrass. And it was the biggest habitat of green turtles on the Pacific coast of Mexico. They lived there off seagrass, and the Comcaac lived off turtles for hundreds of years when there were lots of turtles. Now the turtles are almost gone. They're desperately trying to bring them back, nursing them back to health and protecting them. But the turtles are central to Comcaac traditions, because in Comcaac tradition, when the earth was formed, it was covered with water, and a turtle dived down to the bottom and brought sand up and created the first land and the first continents. So all life on Earth is due to that founding turtle in Comcaac tradition. Very important to them, and now they need to regenerate that seagrass. One thing we do with BioRock is we do regenerate seagrass. I'll come to that later. Next slide, please. Another remarkable species, there are two species of called Cayo de Riñón and Cayo Redonda. And these are two huge shellfish. They live in the bottom of the Canal Infernillo, and they filter that green organic soup that's flowing past them all the time. They can get, you can see how big it is with that fisherman holding one. They get that in about 6 months. They grow like mad, filtering all that organic soup. They're extremely valuable. It's like $50 a kilogram for the meat out of this thing. It looks like scallops. People think they're scallops, but it's a tremendous delicacy. And this is a species that only occurs in the Sea of Cortez and mainly in Canal del Infernillo. Fishermen died for that. They died using hookahs. They're breathing air from compressors, just killing them. Fumes from the oil that they're breathing in, because they have no filters on their compressors. I've dived with them to see how they collect these things on the bottom. They dive down to the bottom. They spend hours breathing in air that's full of oil, compressors without filters. So it's killing them slowly. Trying to do is develop methods to grow the Cayo faster with nets that they have, so they don't have to dive and kill themselves, and they can produce more effectively. This is extremely valuable shellfish. It's endemic to this area. It doesn't occur anywhere else, and it's something we want to see them develop stable methods for mariculture to grow much more. Please. There's another unusual species there. This is Porites panamensis. This coral grows in the Infernillo. It's the northernmost limit of corals in the Eastern Pacific. And this species is amazing. It goes all the way down to Galapagos and to Colombia. It's in hot springs in the Sea of Cortez with hot volcanic waters coming up. And we have it in Infernillo as well, which is really astonishing. In Infernillo, the coral reefs are mobile. They're moving around. They grow on, the corals settle on small pebbles on the bottom, and then the strong currents roll the pebbles over, and they keep growing until they're covered all sides of the pebble, and they're literally spherical corals that are rolling around on the bottom, going on all sides as they roll. It's really an amazing reef. So it's the northern limit of corals, and we want to try to expand those reefs and propagate the coral reefs of this really unique species. Next. I've been working for about 10 years with a group called the Tiburon Business Alliance. So what they want to do is to work with the Comcaac people. The Comcaac people own the resource. They're the Aboriginal owners of the land and the sea, and they manage it. And we're trying to find a way to use that incredible tidal surge through that area. This is one of the world's great tidal energy resources. What we're trying to do is develop a way to make energy without dams, with free floating tidal turbines that simply use that tidal surge passing through there to make electricity, sustainable electricity, without any dams, without interrupting the flow of the water. So these would be floating turbines. The idea would be then is to make their area a major source of sustainable energy. That would be used to produce water. As we mentioned, it's a desert. They have no water. That's why they can't grow food there. So we could use that for desalination, and potentially large amounts of cheap energy could be produced from the resources in the Canal del Infiernillo. In addition, we're interested in using that to produce building materials from the sea that absorb CO2 instead of producing it like concrete does. And we tend to do that using bio-rock technology. Next slide, please. This is the technology we use. This is a 4-year-old electric. This is in Indonesia in this case. It was an area that was barren coral. There was no corals. There was just a little sand and little pieces of broken coral rubble. There were no fish because there was no habitat. We grew a reef there with a few pieces of coral that grew like mad, as you can see, created tremendous habitat for fish. And we're growing solid limestone rock in any size or shape. What we'd like to do in Neo is to grow electric reefs like on the bottom, use those as anchor points for turbines that make clean energy from the current flow passing through the channel. So it'd be anchored to the reefs, and then use the reefs also to develop mariculture for the rare shellfish and valuable species of fish and shellfish in Infiernillo, and also to regenerate the seagrass beds and create habitat for the turtles. So we can see many applications of this technology for basically generating the habitat, producing more, less harm to the people who are doing it, making floating reefs for open pelagic fish, bringing the corals north, expanding the mangroves, generating seagrass, anchor reefs, and producing sustainable building materials from the ocean that will be cheaper than ordinary concrete as well as harder. So we see a lot of possibilities. Of course, many of these could be done everywhere else. I'm just talking about Infiernillo because it's a very special habitat, the land of a very special people, and we want to help them basically switch to sustainable development in a form that improves their future and preserves it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. Apologize for the inconvenience on the presentation, but it was super rich and it was many information that we can really use. So we're preparing a video, but I would like to provide an extra perspective on the region. This is kind of on a last we were looking for ways to highlight the situation after COVID of the most vulnerable areas. I'm sorry, there is a question there. Do we have a question? I can see a hand. Do you have any questions in the audience?
Yes, Paola has a question. Paola Hernandez. Paola, can you go please with your question?
Paola, you can unmute. ¿Puedes activar tu micrófono, Paola? Okay, so I would like to welcome Dr. Stuart Fluton from COBI, Comunidad and Biodiversidad, to share with us a perspective on the local fisheries and the digital adaptation due to the COVID-19. The most vulnerable sector of the regions were the small-scale fisheries. Now they need to innovate, and I welcome to the floor Mr. Stuart Fluton. Please welcome.
Thank you, Rodrigo. I'm just going to slowly upload my presentation. And I will be talking, yes, about digital innovation in the small-scale fisheries sector, and how we can use that to scale and also to adapt to this new situation, the COVID-19 pandemic. So just 1 second whilst my file uploads. I will begin. One more second, almost there. So yes, this talk's going to be about moving fisheries into the modern world, how we can look at small-scale fisheries conservation and sustainable fisheries, and also how we can innovate with a digital infrastructure and use that not only to adapt to the coronavirus and everything that is brought with it, but also to the general situation in small-scale fisheries. So in Mexico, Mexico has just moved up from 16th to 13th in the overall fisheries landings published by the FAO, and we fish over 600 species of fish and sharks and invertebrates, and there's little room for growth. It was mentioned in the previous presentation, but a lot of the fisheries are at or beyond the maximum sustainable yields. So fisheries in Mexico are split between small scale industrial, with the industrial fisheries taking a lot of the volume, particularly the sardine and small pelagic fisheries, but the majority of the fishers being employed in the small scale sector. We also don't have a huge amount of information. Sorry, next slide. Huge amount of information about what we catch. There's likely, well, potentially up to 50% is undocumented for different reasons. And between the Pacific, as you can see in the top graph, and the Atlantic in the bottom, we can see that the small-scale fishery sector is very important. So as we, by definition, these small-scale fisheries are local, they're dispersed, they're poorly monitored. There's thousands of landing sites, and there's only one fishery inspector and just half a boat for every 100 kilometers of coast in Mexico. So the processes of management are also behind the times in the way that until very recently, landings information had to be delivered in person on paper to fisheries officers. And this creates a lot of difficulties in the way to have management. No? Just as an example from a site very near the site mentioned in the previous presentation, all the little boxes on the graph there are landing sites, or landing areas. And if we zoom in on one, we can see that there's hundreds of landing sites. So this really makes it very difficult, if we scale this up to a country the size of Mexico, to monitor these small-scale fisheries using traditional means. So we know that fishers are adapting to many different situations. There's lots of scientific publications, whether they're adapting to climate change, whether they're adapting to political change, even organized crime, economic shocks. And we know that the fishers are always adapting to these situations. We also have examples like in the Caribbean with the sargassum, which has arrived in the previous years, causing huge problems for the fishery sector. And even yeah, as I mentioned before, organized crime. So how do we, and then we add to that now what's happened over the last 6 months with the coronavirus market, the coronavirus and its effect on whether fishers can go out and also their markets. But at the end of the day, we know that fishers are going to go out to fish. They fish, they adapt, and they go out to fish again. How do we work the fishery sector to make a difference in this complex world? So how does COBE, an organization based in different parts of Mexico, make a difference in this complex system? For 20 years, we've been working on local problems, but how do we scale this up to have a big impact? And then there we go. So sustainable fisheries are benefiting us all. We know that the ocean contributes trillions of dollars to the global economy. In Mexico, we estimate that there are 300,000 small-scale fishermen and fisherwomen, and they're supporting millions of people indirectly. So what we need are tools that can work with this ecosystem. We also know that Mexicans are connected. 90% of Mexican population has smartphones. The majority of them using Android devices. And Mexico also has a thriving fintech and innovative companies that can move the country in this. So how do we bring this to the fishery sector? We've done surveys where 70% of Mexican fishermen have smartphones, so it's lower than the average, but it's still pretty high. We know that they're using it to access the internet, to work, to get weather and fisheries information, to communicate with buyers, with families, and to conduct trades. So I'm going to start discussing sort of a whole digital ecosystem, but the first thing out of the box, the first tool out of the box is a catch log called Pescadata. This has been in the app stores since last year. Feel free to download. Fishers can log catches, add morphometric data for sustainable fisheries projects. But this is just the start. We want to, by the end of the month, we'll have marketplace features for services and goods. We'll also have tools for fishing cooperatives to manage their members. And now with the pandemic, we're accelerating the development of discussion forums and ways for fishers to co-create and share solutions in this new world. All this has been developed with the fishermen, with the fisherwomen, through workshops in 2018 and 2019, and at the moment through everyone's favorite platform, Zoom. So this ecosystem, or COBE, the NGO, I should say, will continue to operate as we've always operated, but we want to create a digital infrastructure that underlies this, allows other people to build on top of it, and allows this scaling to reach all of Mexico's fishermen, and also out into Latin America. We're following design principles to make sure that the system is equitable and fair. For example, the data needs to belong to the fisher, not COBE, not anybody else. The fisher should be able to decide who sees it, goes, who uses it. And we also know that the data must be valued, especially if they're going to the effort to collect this information. The system will be modular, which will allow other people to build on top of it. It'll be measurable with indicators linking to the SDGs and FAO's small-scale fishery guidelines. And we're also connecting to other platforms. The link to Conavio's Enciclovida went live last week to pull in species from that species list. And we're also conscious of digital exclusion in the sense that this needs to be equitable and a way for all fishermen to be able to take part. And I'm sure many of you are aware there are other fishery apps in the world in the app stores. Of course, it's not a virgin market, although we're trying to build something different. It goes much beyond what already exists. Like most other fisheries apps fall into three categories. They're either simple catch logs, similar to what has now in Pescadata, or they're ways to enforce or even to spy on fishers through tracking their location, making sure they're not breaking the rules, or taking ownership of the catch data, which would raise questions about why a fisher would voluntarily want to do. And are they developed with a market change approach, which is putting fishers directly in touch with consumers to be able to promote their catch and sell their products. We're trying to be different, where we want to start at the bottom in the community, not at the top with the consumer, because this reflects reality in the small scale fisheries. Most people at the moment aren't buying their seafood through apps. Their small scale fisheries have big supply chain issues, and at present, a lot of small scale fishers haven't been able to sell this way. Although that again is increasing in this world of coronavirus and lockdowns. So with this, and I'm going to start coming towards the end. This is our Blue Innovation or Innovación Azul ecosystem centered on the Pescadata app. Again, feel free to download it. You can scan the barcode or visit the app stores. There'll be some big updates coming over the next 3 months. We're currently starting a beta test phase with 100 fishers. And once these updates are in the app stores, we'll begin scaling into Mexico and ideally into Latin America. And I'd also invite everybody out there who sees opportunities to build on top of this ecosystem to get in touch. As I mentioned, ideally it's modular, so we would like to be able to build components that other people think are useful. And finally, next slide. Yeah, there we go. This is our vision of a connected Mexico with fishermen in remote fishing communities working together to create positive change, being empowered by data, and implementing collection at scale to solve these problems. And this is again has taken a new turn with the coronavirus situation, where field work with NGOs and researchers is now paused. We're connecting digitally with fishermen around the country, and at the moment this seems to be an area of opportunity. And finally, I'll leave a minute or two for a couple of questions, and then we have a short video we would like to show that falls into this innovation category, called Rebels of the Sea. It accompanies a book, and we're documenting stories of many of the leading minds in small-scale fisheries who have sort of created innovations or changed paradigms and ideas across these boundaries into new areas of small-scale fishing in Mexico, Latin America, and worldwide. I'll try and broadcast that video to the room in a minute or two when I finish. And if there's any questions, please go ahead. If not, I'll put the video on. Thank you. It's a very strange way to present. Thank you very much.
Does anyone has a question? Remember that you can raise your hand at the bottom of your screen. Okay, thank you.
We have an online question about if the whole application is available and is working at the moment. If it's
yes.
Good. So everybody,
yes, sorry,
every fisherman can download it now.
It can be downloaded now. We're still updating as we go, but it's already in the app stores, and it can be downloaded. Yes.
is there a way for students to involve on the propagation of this solution?
Yes, if you want to drop me an email, we can discuss that definitely.
Perfect. Is anybody on the audience who wants to make a question?
I've lost it. Okay, so if there's no questions here, I'm going to post the video. Please feel free to check it out. It's really cool, and celebrate these rebels of the sea who are changing things around the world. That work? There we go. So everybody should be able to see the video individually. So you can watch it on your screens.
Bienvenidos a la presentación de nuestro libro Rebeldes del Mar en el marco del Día Internacional de los Océanos. Un rebelde del mar es una persona de espíritu libre y creativo que siempre alza su voz ante cualquier situación injusta o abusiva y que confronta o cuestiona los paradigmas de su época, lo cual nos lleva a seguirlos, a admirarlos e incluso a confrontarlos. Este libro nace para reconocer la valentía, la lucha y la creatividad de estos hombres y mujeres de grandes contribuciones a la sostenibilidad de la pesca y de los océanos. En un mundo cambiante y complejo en el que la pesca y los océanos enfrentan grandes retos, siempre sobresalen aquellas personas que hacen del mundo un lugar más justo, libre de hambre, libre de miedo, de violencia, un lugar de responsabilidad compartida, de respeto a los derechos humanos, en donde nadie se queda atrás ni nadie se queda afuera. Cuando decidimos hacer el libro, preguntamos a los rebeldes si el título hacía honor a sus contribuciones y fue muy grato recibir una respuesta positiva y casi inmediata de todos los rebeldes. Les invitamos a leer el libro, a conocer a los rebeldes y a convertirse en un rebelde del mar. Disfrútenlo mucho.
In this first edition, we present 14 rebels through a brief compilation of their contributions. In global fisheries, they are John Caddy, Margarita Lizarraga, Daniel Pauly, Rashid Soumaila, and Carl Walters. In small-scale fisheries, they are Fikret Burkus, Ratana Chungpagdi, Fiorenza Micheli, Chandrika Sharma, and Rolf Willman. And in Mexican fisheries, they are Francisco Aregin, Gabriela Camara Bagalini, Lorenzo Rosenzweig, and Andrea Sainz. These rebels come from different parts of the world, but they all cross the boundaries of their fields of research, policy, markets, and financing to contribute to sustainability and promote cooperation. Through one of the rebels of the sea, we discovered the exquisite work of the Canadian painter Helena Vallée-Dallaire. We visited her website and blogs and decided with great enthusiasm to invite her to be part of the project. To our delight, she accepted, and over the summer and autumn of 2019, she produced the stunning portraits that you see presented here. We are excited to share these rebel portraits with you in word and paintings and hope to see all of you out on the ocean again very soon.
Just to give some clues as to how I came up with new methodologies. The first clue was that I started work on invertebrates. These differ from fin fish in a variety of ways, and solving the spatial dimension in my first spatial model was crucial and led to a range of monitoring and harvesting strategies such as GIS and rotating harvesting. One way to discover new methods is to work in a job where unusual problems arise. What job would give you the chance to disprove the law of the sea's assertion that optimal harvesting is at the maximum sustainable yield? Being the professional who wrote the working paper for a UN conference was my chance to reframe reference points for less intensive harvesting and suggest how my limit reference point terminology could be used in a fisheries control law. Invertebrates where age reading by annual rings is unavailable leads you to look for independent indices of exploitation, and that's where the traffic light approach was born. Fisheries assessment can use many more data series than before. I could mention here in concluding my book on fish habitat, since in my opinion fish habitat enhancement is the best option for increasing demersal productivity. One last favor for me and the folks at COBE, read the book and become a rebel of the sea.
Basically, you want to achieve coherence in your thoughts. So you don't want to be contradicted by the facts around you in what you believe. And so I think that every, let's say, intelligent person has belief in their head and counter reality. And these people, these are publications, these are things that you hear, experience, and so on. And there cannot be too much of a discrepancy between what you believe about the world and the world as it presents itself to you. So you have to.
So I would like to give a clap to Stuart. I think it was amazing. And for the coming presentation, I would like to introduce Dr. Edgar Pavia Lopez, who is the Director of Oceanology on the CESE, the Ensenada Research Institute, which is the most advanced research institute of the National Commission of Science and Technology of Mexico. And please, if you can take the floor, Dr. Pavia, Edgar. And we will show everyone a video just like what we just did. So if you would like Doctor to give a little introduction, and then we can go ahead and play the video.
Yes, thank you, Roberto. Please, I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this very interesting meeting. I'm very glad to share this stage with such distinguished previous speakers. And I think that our institution addresses most of the issues raised by the speakers today. And therefore, I would like to show them a video of CICESE, which is in the northwest part of the Baja California Peninsula. And you know that all of you are invited to visit us. And in order to have you interested in coming either personally or visually to visit our center, we would like to show you this video. So please, Roberto, if you could help me with the CICESE video, please. Otherwise, I can share it with video. Okay, there it is.
The search for knowledge comes from the natural desire of men to understand and explain our surroundings. The impact of science and technology in our daily living is very important. At CICESE, we studied the natural environment of the ocean, the earth, and the atmosphere. We are a research center coordinated by the National Council of Science and Technology with more than 40 years of experience. We do research to acquire knowledge and face the challenge posed by society.
The aerial extent of Mexico's oceans is enormous. They cover over 5 million square kilometers, and as a scientific community, we face the enormous challenge of characterizing and understanding this very vast area that also includes 5 distinct oceanographic systems. So we have the Alpha Helix here at CICESE, and it is in charge of studying and monitoring the different ecosystems within the Mexican Pacific.
We are currently leading a very large project, multidisciplinary, multi-institutional, in order to understand how the Gulf of Mexico works. We are opening new windows of observation to provide the most rational information possible in all the labors of mitigation and remediation in the case of a large hydrocarbon spill.
In conservation biology, we carry out research on the ecological processes that sustain biodiversity, the threats to biodiversity, and the means for its conservation. In our world, highly focused on human development and great advancement in technology, we often forget that our future well-being and even the conservation of our species depends on the conservation of biodiversity.
We understand that climate changes on many different timescales that are associated to natural phenomena. However, in recent years, the international scientific community has directly linked unprecedented climate anomalies to human-driven global warming. It is urgent to understand what the impacts will be for society in general of living in a warmer planet. At CICESE, we're working on developing the numerical modeling tools and skills that are an essential part of understanding what the future impacts of global warming will be.
The emissions of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere that are causing climate change are human-produced. It's causing a lot of problems, not only climate change, because these fossil fuels are in decline, we also cannot provide them for future generations. Therefore, at CICESE, we're working in ocean, wind, solar, and bioenergies in order to find solutions to try and mitigate climate change impacts.
One of the most important renewable energy resources Mexico has to offer is the geothermal energy. And in this area, CICESE is working now for over 40 years. At the moment, CICESE is the leading institution for the Mexican Center of Innovation in Geothermal Energy. In this project, specialized researchers and private companies collaborating from all over Mexico. With the help of these innovation centers, Mexico tries to increase the use of renewable energy in the energy consumption in Mexico.
One of the big challenges in the world today is feeding the increasing population, where we expect that by 2050 we will have about 10 billion people. There's a great challenge to provide enough food for this increased population. Aquaculture represents a very sustainable alternative to providing fisheries products. And here at CICESE, we are working towards developing sustainable aquaculture technology in the research areas of nutrition, genetics, reproduction, and pathology.
One of the problems of population growth is to ensure the availability of clean water. In CICESE, we're developing the knowledge to contribute to do this work, considering the nature of hydrological cycles, the precipitation forecast, the aquifer recharge and groundwater flow system, as well as desalination alternatives. This is a very important task. It's a challenge imposed on us by future generations.
Currently in Mexico, we are facing serious problems with chronic degenerative diseases, mostly related to risk factors among the population, such as overweight and obesity. Here at CICESE, we are developing telecommunications and information technologies to empower the population and the patients that are already suffering these diseases to take control of their own health, and in this way helping them to live a happier and healthier life.
Using innovative technologies to support therapeutic interventions have shown promising clinical and educational results. In CICESE, we have been developing exergames, mobile technology, and brain-computer interfaces to support the care of older adults and children with autism. Both problems are social and economic, important for both Mexico and the world.
In our labs, we study several optical phenomena for health applications. We lead in Mexico Windows to the Brain, a new concept that innovates in diagnosis and treatment of brain lesions. We are a research team that is international, multi-institutional, with researchers with expertise in optics, materials, and neurosciences.
Our laboratories and state-of-the-art computing facilities provide the researchers with the tools to develop scientific projects of the best quality. We are an internationally known research center in subjects such as the marine environment, and the development of numerical methods for geophysical research, to name just a few.
In CICESE, we know the importance to do technology transfer and intellectual property protection. That's why we have the personnel to support us in this field. We have generated 2 spin-offs, one in the European community and the other one here in Mexico.
The formation of high-quality human resources is a fundamental part of the work of CICESE. Our students have access to modern facilities, fully equipped and specialized laboratories, and the opportunity to be trained with highly recognized professors working with cutting-edge science or applied projects.
One big advantage is the proximity to California and in general to the Western United States. I saw that CICESE has global collaborations and projects.
I did a research stay in Europe with a scientific panel of international competition. This kind of opportunities brings new leaders, technologies, and knowledge relevant to the country's growth.
Public awareness of science is very important for us. We receive children and students from different schools to get involved in our labs. But also we like to spread science outside of CICESE. And we are very happy to see that children enjoying our experiments. But most of all, we feel very excited when the same children decide to continue with their career in science.
We have remote facilities in the cities of La Paz, Monterrey, and Tepic. At the international level, we collaborate with institutions in North America, Latin America, and Europe. And that is how we work to consolidate CICESE as a center of excellence in behalf of our country.
Okay, as you see, we go more than just oceanology, but our main interest is research, as you see, in different fields, and also the generation of human resources. We have graduate programs in many fields, and you can check them out in our website. And I'll be happy to take any questions if you have. Are there any questions? No questions? Well then, thank you very much.
We have one question here. What kind of careers are on the CICESE?
What kind of careers? What do you mean? We have graduate programs in physical oceanography, and marine ecology, in aquaculture, and in many other fields. We have a very interesting graduate program in biomedicine, also in geophysics and applied physics. We're very strong in optics and telecommunications. Also, the computer department has a good program in computer sciences, and there are other applied geophysics, tectonics, seismology. There are many programs. All of them are in the recognized at a good level, either international or consolidated level by CONACYT. So that means that if you apply and get accepted, you most probably will get a scholarship from CONACYT.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Edgar Pavia. Please, let's give it an applause.
Thank you very much.
It's an amazing opportunity for everybody to develop a skill. And we would like to now have a little break. We will take 1 hour until the next presentation. So if you go to the go-to menu, you can go back into the meeting rooms where you can see all the partners who were showcasing at the World Oceans Day, or you can go to appreciate some art at the Recto Verso building. So I'll meet you here within an hour. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Tom. I'll see you in the meeting room. Thank you, everybody. We will go to the meeting rooms now.
Hola, carnal, ¿cómo estás? Brother, ¿qué onda, bro? ¿Me escuchas? Brother, Benja, Benja.
Ahora sí te escucho, todavía no.
¿Qué onda, carnal? Pues ahorita ya va a empezar como unos 20.
Ok.
Lo importante pues es que está el doctor Dave, que es el que es una eminencia en cultivo de corales y es el que inventó la microfragmentación. Bueno, la descubrió, ¿no? Digamos.
Tengo una duda aquí. Ahorita todo el mundo los puede oír, ¿no?
Sí.
Ok.
Todos los que estén cerca.
Ok. Está muy interesante este concepto.
Pues está bastante innovador, la verdad. Ya, qué bueno que te tocó. Todavía.
Todavía. Está bien.
Y luego
Bueno.
va a haber, después de este científico va a estar la doctora Carmen del CICESE, que está haciendo la gestión para la criopreservación de coral.
Okay. ¿En 20 minutos empieza?
En 20 minutos.
Oye, a ver, quisiera platicar contigo, pero contigo.
Pasa.
Si gusta acompañarme al escenario.
Ok.
Carlos.
Adrián, ¿cómo estás?
Roberto viene en un momento.
Ok.
Me pidió que pudiéramos irnos coordinando para tener la presentación lista.
Ok. Félix, ¿cómo estás? Mucho gusto. ¿Tú ya tienes todo? ¿Ya tienes la presentación tuya contigo?
Sí, la tengo justo en este momento, está en...
Pero tú no vas a empezar ahora, ¿cierto? ¿O sí?
Como ustedes quieran.
No,
bueno,
no.
ahorita es...
Si lo puedes confirmar tú, Adrián, un segundo y lo...
Permíteme un momento.
Sí.
Carlos.
Sí.
Precisamente solo prepararnos, en primera llamada, estar listos aquí arriba y en un momento viene Roberto.
Entonces no hacemos nada.
No, ahorita nada más estar listos aquí arriba. Doctor, en un momento viene Roberto y ya tenemos todo listo. Si ya tiene sus documentos listos, solo esperamos. Gracias.
Ok, perfecto.
Vale.
Si gusta tomar asiento, ahorita empezamos.
Félix, una pregunta.
¿Sí?
¿Lo tuyo es Sea Shepherd?
Así es. Metagenomic studies in the Mesoamerican Reef System, Sea Shepherd, and Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana.
Ok. Entonces, tienes un PowerPoint, ¿cierto?
Así es. Tengo un PowerPoint con una liga en Crankwill.
Ok, entonces yo creo que podrías empezar a subirlo mientras tanto. Ya sabes cómo se hace, ¿cierto?
Sí.
Perfecto.
Hola a todos, en un momento vamos a empezar con el panel, en unos 3 minutitos. Este es el panel que está conformado por el doctor Félix Aguirre, So we are going to start this panel in 3 minutes. This panel is Dr. Felix Aguirre, Dora Paniagua, Dr. Hernandez, and Dr. David Vaughan. In a moment, we will be with you.
Ok. Perfecto.
Ok.
Entonces ya luego la sabes mover y todo, ¿cierto? Sin problema. O si acaso yo te ayudo como quieras, pero pues si no, si lo manejas tú mejor, si manejas los tiempos. ¿Ok?
Ok.
Cualquier cosa estamos ahí o escribes en el chat, ¿ok?
Okay, can you hear me well? Can you hear me well without noise?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Roberto Cerda is coming in a few minutes to continue with the panel. But right now, I do research in also topics in oceans, and I'm a communications engineer. I would like to introduce this panel with these magnificent people that is around. I will start with Dr. Carmen Paniagua. She works with CICESE, and she is part of the National Subsystem for Aquatic Genetic Resources, and she works with the interinstitutional and interdisciplinary network for conservation and sustainable use of aquatic biodiversity in Mexico. I would like to ask for an answer for her. Press F4. Also, Dr. David Bowen. He is from Miami and has trained in APESCA in Quintana Roo on the microfermentation technique. And also, I ask for an applause for him. On this side, we have Dr. Felix Aguirre and Dr. Jose Hernandez. UAM Lerma. They do the to talk about the resilience of the Mesoamerican reef and the innovation. So we can start with Dr. Felix Aguirre, please. Come to the podium.
Sorry, I have to.
Tranquilo, da la vuelta.
It's okay. It's okay.
So I want to dance.
It's new for everybody.
I want to dance. So can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Well, hello. Good afternoon. My name is Felix Aguirre. I am a professor of the Autonomous Metropolitan University in Mexico, near of Mexico City, in the Lerma city. So I'm going to present the work of the collaboration that we have between the university and Sea Shepherd organization. The Sea Shepherd Canaan for us is very important because in our university we work with environmental biology, so we can try to share some of the work of the students. So this is the work that all these two students do in this moment. These students are Ingrid Lainez Trejo and Eduardo Garcia Perez. These two students work with two metagenomic tools that we want to describe all the ecosystem, and we are metagenomic approach for all our works. We have our work tries to describe microbial communities in association with two systems. One system is the coral reef, and the other system is the sargassum. We are trying to discover the apport of which is the participation of the microbial communities in the ecosystem. So we are trying to discover how many bacteria are in the ecosystem, which is the key role of this bacteria in the ecosystem, and we are trying to make it with a metagenomic approach. So we are trying to answer these kind of questions. Who are the microbial components that establish some interaction level in these ecosystems? Which is the effect of this interaction in all the participants? And if it is possible to find a bioindicator of disturbance in the ecosystem. That's what we are doing. So in the first case, we have worked with the sargassum. Ingrid, the young student, worked with the sargassum. And we are trying to discover microbial communities in this area, in the sargassum. So we are thinking about all the problematic, the ocean acidification, the increased temperature, the ocean currents, the big amount of nutrients that are in this area, and the increase in the volume and in the extension. So we are trying to know how the microbial communities impact on the reef. So for the other, in the other hand, we have the serial problem in the area with the coral. We have a white disease in the coral. So for us, we are thinking that this kind of disease in the coral are for the microbial community. So we have to study the microbial community in two kind of samples. One sample is the coral sick, and the other sample is the coral without the disease. So we have to study the coral diversity, the pollutants, the depth, and the coral field concentration. So in the case of the corals, we want to assess the possibility that white syndrome disease is associated with bacterial communities for untreated wastewater discharge. So we are using this approach. It's a metagenomic approach, and it's very easy to access to this approach. First step is to the DNA extraction of microbial communities. The second step is to do one next generation sequencing with new platforms like the Illumina MiSeq or Illumina HiSeq. The next step is the analysis of the massive data. And finally, we want to answer who is here. Is our first question that we want to answer. The study area is, we are working in some areas near of Playa del Carmen, and these red dots. And we are working too in the Cozumel in these red dots to access to the microbial communities. The different corals that we are working to establish the microbial communities are this one. Dendrogyra cylindrus, Porites furcata, Siderastea radians, Porites astreoides, Montastrea cavernosa, Eusmilia fastigata, y Agaricia agarices. So this is the coral that we are trying to reveal the microbial communities. We are sampling, or we take some samples of the sick coral and some samples of the healthy coral. Okay, so we're trying to, okay, I have to move here. So the preliminary results that we have of these two students are something like this. We have some multi-variable analysis that we call PCA. The PCA is a principal component analysis, and in this case we have merged all the results. We have the results for the sargassum, and we have the results for the coral. In the case of the sargassum, we have two areas, and we have all the communities, the microbial communities, in two groups. One group is the blue dots, and the other group is the green squares. We made some analysis of this kind, and we have the relative abundance of each sample on these groups. And we have all the bacteria that we are watching with this approach. We have interesting bacteria like the Vibrio or like the Alteromonas or Alomonas. And we are trying to discover which is the participation of these bacteria in this sargassum, and if these bacteria are probably making some disturbance on the coral reef in the area. So we have the same for another sample of sargassum. This is the littoral sample. And we have another interesting groups like the Vibrionaceae, like Thalassomonas and Alteromonas that are participating with some bacteria in the area. So in the case of the coral, we have the same, the multi-variable analysis, principal component. We have the first approach is the study area. We have two areas, and it's very interesting because we have two groups. We have one group from the samples of Playa del Carmen, and we have another group from the Cozumel samples. So we are thinking if the environmental is making this difference or these results on this area. So we have to understand if the wastewater in every place is the same or is not the same. So we have another analysis from this, and this is the relative abundance and the level order. So we have the bleach or a white coral with the disease, and we have the healthy coral. And we found some differences between each corals, each bacterial communities in the coral. So we have the same from different species of coral. We have the bleached one and the sick, and we have the healthy coral, and we found some difference between these bacteria. Finally, we have an analysis that we have the significant difference between healthy and between the disease coral. We have some families like Verochromicrobiaceae and Flavobacteriaceae, and we have a very interesting difference between the bleached one and the healthy. And the same from other two groups, Phylobacteriaceae and Moraxellaceae, and we have this difference between the sick and the healthy. So we are right now we are trying to understand these differences, and we are trying to get the information necessary for understand that if these differences are caused by the sick or are a special participant of this kind of disease in the coral. So we have the same approach with a corona diagram, and have all the bacterial community, and that's all. I want to thank you for this platform. So for me, it's very interesting. So thank you, and if you want to send some questions, probably we are kind to interact with you. Thank you.
That was very, very good. Thank you, Dr. Felix. I think just the very concept of metagenomics is very interesting, and how we can use it to really stand to the biggest crisis that we have faced in the Mesoamerican Reef due to the stony coral tissue loss disease. Benjamin, are you looking for making an answer, a question? Anybody else?
Jenny?
If we don't have any questions, I would like to share with you something that came out from this United Nations World Oceans Day, that it was the opportunity to connect the work of Dr. Felix Aguirre from Sea Shepherd Science in Mexico with a very unique human resource, because we don't have too many like Dr. Jose Luis Hernandez Martinez, as he decided to become a specialist on satellite image monitoring and creating algorithms to identify different chemicals. And when I started to learn about his work, for me it was unbelievable, because that means that you can have eyes on the sky, and you can monitor large areas of large bodies of water. And if you can get samples that can be related to imagery that will unfold on a chemical study that you can use to, you know, for any given purpose, like basically lawsuit or, you know, really knowing what is going on that body of water. His work is being focused in the Yucatan region, in the Bacalar region, and I would like to highlight this because Bacalar is the home of the stromatolite, the oldest relative of the coral. Stromatolites are the most sophisticated organism relatives to coral, and they are, of course, in risk to perish. So there is a lot of conversations about development in the southeast region of the Mesoamerican Reef. And of course, we understand the need of that, but we also need to focus on the fact that this body of water, that this underwater, this cave system that just gets the salt water into sweet water within 3 weeks is a unique system that we need to preserve. So if Dr. Jose Luis Hernandez, please stand up and come over to the floor. I would like to let the floor to you. Thank you. Are you doing English or Spanish, Jose Luis? José Luis, tu audio está apagado.
Ya, disculpa. Es que me parece que como que había un problema aquí compartiendo mi pantalla. ¿Ya lo ven?
Sí.
¿Sí, ya lo ven?
Sí.
Ah, ok. Va a ser en español. Sorry, but my English is not so good, I think. And then speaking, I speak in Spanish. Bueno, el monitoreo satelital y la calidad de agua tienen muchos ejes, principalmente en las cuestiones de océanos. Podemos ver floraciones algales nocivas o el famoso bloom, protecciones de áreas marinas, sitios de pesca, migración animal, salud de los arrecifes de coral y sobre todo calidad de agua. ¿Cómo lo vemos? Bueno, todo esto es a través del espectro electromagnético. Nosotros podemos ver sobre el rango de los 400 a los 700 nanómetros, que es el rango del visible, pero los satélites nos ayudan a ver un poquito más de esto, sobre todo en la parte de infrarrojo y en la parte térmica. ¿Qué es lo que está viendo el satélite y que nos está ayudando? Nos está ayudando a ver las interacciones que hay entre la luz y el agua, es decir, la luz que se refleja cuando toca una superficie. Hay luz que se absorbe, hay luz que se refleja y hay luz que se dispersa. Esta luz reflejada es la que nosotros vamos a poder tener acceso mediante un nombre basado en las correcciones radiométricas. Bueno, ¿qué puedo observar desde el espacio? Puedo observar la clorofila A, la turbidez, la materia orgánica disuelta coloreada o el CDOM, la temperatura de superficie del océano y la salinidad, por mencionar algunas. Hay propiedades inherentes, se llaman IOPS, ahí al color precisamente del agua. Nosotros podemos ver en una imagen clorofila, podemos ver agua, podemos ver el CDOM, de la materia orgánica disuelta, incluso sedimentos si estos están en gran cantidad. A esto nosotros podemos ir observando cómo es que se comporta esta luz que se refleja. Bueno, en el caso del agua podemos ver que se refleja o que se comporta principalmente en la parte del visible y a principios del rango del infrarrojo cercano. También, por ejemplo, para el caso de la vegetación, cómo es que se comporta. Principalmente podemos observar una alta reflectancia en la parte del infrarrojo, y en el caso del suelo también podemos observarlo. Ahora, esto es lo que pasa en las imágenes que tenemos cerca, principalmente de costas. Tenemos que hacer una corrección atmosférica, que es un proceso de quitar toda la bruma, toda la brisa, la cantidad de partículas de agua que existen y que están ahí flotando, por así decirlo. Entonces, al hacer esta corrección atmosférica, nosotros podemos tener una imagen como la de la derecha, en donde quitamos todo esto para precisamente obtener qué es la reflectancia. Tenemos diferentes tipos de sensores que podemos usar. Está Sentinel-3B, que tiene una resolución espacial de 10 metros y una resolución también a 10 días o 5 días, dependiendo del sensor y dependiendo de qué parámetro vamos a medir. En este caso es una parte del mar de Cortés y estamos viendo la temperatura superficial. También tenemos el sensor que históricamente ha sido el más estudiado y el más utilizado, como es la serie Landsat. En la actualidad ahorita estamos en el Landsat 8 o OLI, que es el que tiene ahorita 30 metros en cuanto a su resolución. Lo malo de este es que pasa cada 16 días, pero se pueden obtener muy buenas imágenes. Tenemos el sensor MODIS para lugares ya que abarcan bastante superficie, alrededor de 700 kilómetros aproximadamente. Tiene una resolución de entre 250, 500 y 1000 metros por píxel. Tenemos Quidbir, por ejemplo, a 0.6 metros. La resolución prácticamente es de 1 a 3 días. Es un satélite lamentablemente con costo, entonces, bueno, si se tienen los recursos, se puede utilizar. Se puede llegar a cabo también con el mismo proceso como el que se utilizaría para Landsat o para Sentinel. No nada más, bueno, en varias partes del mundo se están haciendo uso de este tipo de tecnologías, principalmente la Agencia Espacial Europea, Finlandia, que también ya tiene un sistema de monitoreo para sus lagos, China y varias partes de Estados Unidos mediante NASA. En el caso de México, tenemos análisis o estudios, por ejemplo, en empresas como son Valle de Bravo, en donde se midió temperatura, conductividad eléctrica, potencial de óxido de reducción, materia orgánica, sólidos totales disueltos, oxígeno y salinidad. Aunque es una presa, bueno, se hizo el proceso para salinidad. Estos son los puntos de donde están las descargas clandestinas, porque este es uno de los procesos que nos ayuda principalmente a poder observar ese tipo de situaciones. En rojo están los puntos de monitoreo para la presa y así es como lo vemos. Este caso que les presento, se están observando la temperatura en diferentes meses, la conductividad eléctrica. Vean, por ejemplo, cómo se comporta en el mes de octubre a diferencia del de julio. Y esto es precisamente por las descargas clandestinas que se tienen en esas fechas. En el caso de para el mar, ya también se ha hecho análisis, principalmente en Bocas del Toro en Panamá. Y esto fue una colaboración con el Instituto Smithsonian, el STRI, en donde pudimos ver, por ejemplo, el comportamiento de temperatura a nivel superficie. Pero aquí, a diferencia de otros estudios, nosotros también hemos podido comprobar esto a 1 metro de profundidad. Vean, por ejemplo, a nivel de superficie es el del lado izquierdo, en donde podemos ver el nivel de clorofila. Al del lado derecho, el nivel de clorofila a 1 metro. Ahí podemos estar observando, por ejemplo, cómo se comporta la clorofila, si hay pastos marinos principalmente, porque esta es una región que no tiene zonas muy profundas, o las zonas en las que están son muy transparentes, entonces eso permite entrar que la onda de luz entre un poco más profundo y también eso se refleja. Entonces, bueno, este ha sido un estudio, la verdad, que pocas veces se ha hecho, principalmente por la sonda y por la calidad de los datos. A últimas fechas hemos evaluado también lagunas costeras, en el caso de Bacalar en Quintana Roo, con temperatura, conductividad eléctrica, sólidos y sueltos totales y salinidad. Estos son los puntos en donde se evaluaron en la laguna de Xulha, la parte más sur, y la laguna de Bacalar, prácticamente la que está enfrente de la comunidad de Bacalar. Estos son algunos de los resultados. Si pueden observar el mapa del lado izquierdo, ahí tenemos mucho más cuestiones de turbidez, y esto es porque a pesar de que nosotros no evaluamos ahí en esa zona, pudimos darnos cuenta a través de estos resultados que esa zona es zona de restaurantes. Entonces ellos promocionan mucho el estar o ciertas actividades que permite la descarga, sobre todo de algunos descargas de tipo ilegal, dejan ahí su basura flotando. Entonces, este es una muy buen ejemplo de cómo es que, a pesar de que no haya sido evaluado alguna zona en específico, el algoritmo que nos da el obtener las correlaciones de este tipo nos ayudan precisamente a visualizar el comportamiento de estos parámetros. Entonces, como conclusión, la verdad es que es factible generar análisis a través de sensores remotos para el monitoreo de arrecifes y costas. Los parámetros de calidad de agua se pueden analizar, tienen gran potencial en la evaluación de los estudios de impacto ambiental, y sobre todo también se puede ver migración animal, protección ambiental, sobre todo para observar y verificar el daño antropogénico que genera todo este tipo de impacto que nosotros estamos generando, ¿no? Entonces, la verdad es que es una tecnología que se puede llevar a mucho, que puede ayudar bastante en las situaciones de los monitoreos, sobre todo para darnos cuenta cómo es que esto está evolucionando, ¿no? Cómo es que estamos generando el daño. Y bueno, por mi parte sería todo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, José, de verdad, interesantísimo lo que nos presentaste.
Gracias.
I'm gonna go into English just to make a statement on behalf of both Dr. Felix Aguirre and Jose Hernandez that, you know, I walked one day into the Mexican Space Agency to ask them what can we do with this, you know, because it's very complicated to keep an efficient and effective monitoring on the water. You know, it just requires a lot of resources, a lot of energy, and he provides this eagle view effect that if anyone, anywhere, have access to studies on the water, on the region, you know, you can access to Dr. Jose as well, and you can just, hey, can you take a look of this? This is the contrast that we have on the water. And, you know, I sometimes I make the mistake of not being very politically correct, and I'm proud of it sometimes. Because in this case, there is a lot of speculation about who's doing what on the region of Quintana Roo and Yucatan, who's polluting the water of Quintana Roo and Yucatan. And it is obvious that we can identify that, and we can really make an understanding and, you know, empower resilience. Resilience is the most important word that we need to come out with from this World Oceans Week. And for that, this innovation, this human right here can support a lot of efforts around not just Mexico or the Mayan territory, but basically anywhere where he can access to a satellite. So if anybody has any question, ¿alguien tiene alguna pregunta para el Dr. José? Ok. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, José. Te aplaudo con todo el respeto de admiración, hermano. La verdad es que poca gente tiene la capacidad de ver lo que tú ves y eres un asset invaluable para el futuro de la protección de los mantos acuíferos de México y del mundo. Qué gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, so this is a very cool combination of panelists. I would like also to bring a little bit of a more creative and ludic approach, and then we can go back into science. Please, I would like to welcome Monsieur Christophe, I can see him over there, Christophe from Underwater Earth, to just standing here in the stage so we can screen his presentation. And Christophe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Otherwise,
I'm here, Roberto.
Please come to the stage. I will let you the honors to play your video. And thank you very much for being here. We know it's very late for you. You're in France. But among the community of explorers and virtual reality producers, Christophe is a reference for many things. And one of them is that he actually was part of the team that captured some of the last corals still alive, and that by now most of them have pretty much gone. So he has created one of the most important virtual memories of coral reefs all around the reef belt of the world. So we invite him to give a little keynote on the Mesoamerican reef, and we're happy to share this video. So please, Christophe, if you want to give a little words before we start, or should I just go ahead?
No, thank you, Roberto. Once again, hi, everybody. We thought it was just a little safer to pre-record this presentation, so thanks, and you can go ahead with it. And we've got Angelique Denise from our team here with you on stage as well for the Q&A.
Yes. Yes, please, let me. So I'm going to stream the message. So if you please play.
Hi everyone, my name is Christophe Verriache. I'm an underwater photographer and an underwater filmmaker and co-founder of Australian charity Underwater Earth. I'm really excited to be here with you today in this virtual space, the first Ocean Innovation Hub for United Nations World Ocean Week 2020. And a special thanks to Emily Magloon from the Peace Boat and Roberto Cerda from Restore Coral for having me here today. To present you some of the work we've been doing around innovating technology and virtual reality to home to more than 25% of all marine life. And so without a healthy ocean, we have a failing planet. On top of that, more than 99% of people don't scuba dive, and may never will. So that's when we decided to reveal the ocean, its magnificence and its vulnerability to as many people as possible on a large scale, urgently. We got some inspiration from some of the work that Google did with their Street View platform, and we simply said to ourselves, let's launch Google Street View underwater. And that's what we did. We invented a revolutionary camera system, the SV2, that enables us to take full underwater 360-degree imagery, geo-referenced at scale to take people virtual diving. show you, first of all, a video of what it looks like underwater. So it turned out that this technology became a game changer for science very quickly. And we developed the Excel Cat in Sea View survey, a global scientific study dedicated to creating coral reef surveys around the world in full 360-degree vision and high resolution. And so with this program, we captured 360 content with scientific data and effectively allowing us to map key areas of the ocean and provide relevant input for science-based decision-making to support research and support conservation. And so this program was developed in partnership with the University of Queensland, led by Professor Ove Høegh Guldberg, one of the top coral reef scientists in the world. And the output of this program is the Global Reef Record. It's an open source database, central repository with hundreds of thousands of this imagery that effectively is given for free to people, whether experts or public alike, to investigate how corals are changing. And when you get in this database, you can see the extent of the surveys we've done around the world, more than 25 countries and 1,500 kilometers surveyed underwater, including the very important Mesoamerican reef system in Mexico and Belize that you can see here on this map. And this is a short sort of animation of what this Global Reef Record database looks like, where you've got access to a number of different formats of imagery, from equirectangular to RAW, 360-degree, time-lapse, and obviously the quadrat. And so to date, we've got well over 1 million of these quadrat imagery annotated using artificial intelligence, as well as face recognition software. So we are engaging millions of people with this imagery and transporting people to places where it's really hard to get to, and so that people can better appreciate and understand these vital and critical environments. And we've always thought that science, had to be coupled with storytelling and powerful imagery, because data touches the mind, but it doesn't touch the heart. And so with this kind of program, we shining a light on conservation issues, drawing people into it, hopefully winning their hearts and minds, and providing them with a very positive experience to drive impact. And so we bring in the oceans to people through the different platforms that we've spoken about before, as well as traveling exhibits where people can experience this print photography, as well as using a QR code associated with each image, so that you can be transported in full 360-degree by scanning this QR code with your phone or tablet, and get to see the image and immerse yourself in it. So if you have a phone with you, you can scan this QR code and get transported in one of the most remote atolls in the world. Connected technology like this, VR technology, connects people to remote community, but also remote community within their own environment, using virtual explorations. And we go to classroom and get kids to experience this, and it's really incredible to see how they react when they see the reefs for the first time. We also connect with remote community using VR films, one called Guardian of the Kingdom, about the incredible story of humpback whales in the Kingdom of Tonga, and the Blue, a very inspiring story taking place in Cabo Pulmo in Baja California, a place once called the Aquarium of the World by Jacques Cousteau himself, until it got reefs got completely smashed by overfishing, and local fishing communities decided to ban fishing and stop a source of livelihood in order for the marine life to come back. So this is really a short summary of the sort of programs on science, outreach, and education that we're implementing. And I'm now very pleased to introduce you to Anjani Ganiz from Trinidad and Tobago. Anjani is a marine biologist who's joined us with the ExaCatlin Seaview Survey for a few years of expeditions around the world, and you can see her driving the SV2 camera in the waters of the Caribbean. And Anjani is now in Trinidad and Tobago as a reef ecologist. And she's very interested in using scientific research coupled with innovative communications to try and connect and reconnect people with their local environment and instill stewardship and responsibility to push environmental management policies forward. So I wish you all a really very good panel, and once again thank you for having me, and I wish you all a very happy and safe World Ocean Weeks 2020. Thank you very much.
Well, my video is over. If anybody else also please clap or make a sign. And I think this is a fantastic project that, it was totally visionary. He went ahead of any one of us. He built his own device and traveled the world with an amazing team. And thanks to him, some of these reefs that we can still see on virtual reality, we're going to be able to learn from this, okay? We're going to be able to carry on as a virtual memory because many of these reefs have already gone. But the big question for Christophe, it was, on my end at least, it was like how all of this can be useful to science. And in this sense, he recommend me immediately to Dr. Anjani Ganiz. Please, if you will take the floor, Anjani.
Hello.
Please welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so I guess I'll just talk a little bit about how we used the imagery from the Catlin Seaview Survey for science, so that it was not just a pretty picture. As Christophe said, the project was twofold. It was for engaging and education because, seeing is really, well, more than seeing in an image, the virtual reality immerses you in the marine environment, and so it goes a little further with respect to your senses. But in terms of the images, so I did my PhD on the Caribbean data set. So throughout the Caribbean, we surveyed about 13 countries, and we collected it in a scientific way. The 13 countries included the Mesoamerican reef system, but also Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, the Lesser Antilles, so places like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and then the Southern Caribbean, like Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao, were also included in the collection. And at a regional scale, a lot of the environmental conditions within these countries and among these countries are quite variable. So as you know, in the Northern Caribbean region, you have the hurricane hotspots, which include Mexico, Bahamas, and Turks and Caicos, as well as the northern part of the Lesser Antilles, such as the Virgin Islands. And so those reefs have a very high hurricane history. And then you have other environmental conditions, such as wave exposure. So because of the trade winds that we get from the Northeast Atlantic, we get a lot of easterly and northeasterly trade winds throughout the Caribbean that, again, allows our reefs to develop differently in different locations. So how we collected our images, we wanted to sort of get a broad spectrum of representation, and that applied to the sites that we surveyed in Mexico as well. So in Mexico, we surveyed about 23 sites that spanned the full range of the reef system along the west coast, the east coast, as well as Banco Chinchorro and Cozumel and Isla Mujeres. We also wanted to consider in the collection areas that are managed and areas that were not managed. So people in the future who wanted to do sort of comparisons could actually look at reefs that were surveyed in the national parks like Puerto Morelos and Cozumel, and see how they may vary with other sites, and the different bioreserves that you have in the reef system. And so basically we so that was the basic scientific design, and then we used a vision learning system that was developed by Scripps to basically allow us to use sort of an automated machine learning annotation. Because we had so many images, we needed to train a machine in sort of recognizing the different benthic components, like the corals, what is sponge, what is a octocoral, what is algae. And through that training mechanism, we were able to put in most of the images for the Caribbean and get results within a few weeks. So what would take usually years to be done manually was literally done in a couple of months for the whole Caribbean region. And yeah, so basically a lot of the patterns that we can get from these images were really it's really useful to sort of guide with management, and also for future surveys if anybody wanted to, investigate an area that might have been impacted or had corals that are, for example, predisposed to stony coral tissue loss disease, and they were found in a specific location. You could use the Global Reef Record to actually search for these corals in the Mexican region, and then maybe go back using the GPS locations that were provided for that site. So that's just a summary. Apart from the science, there's a lot of social science that could come out of the imagery collection. For example, in Australia, they use images, the same 360-degree imagery for the Great Barrier Reef to sort of get an understanding of people's perceptions on the aesthetics of a reef. So what makes a reef beautiful? And that can be useful in education. So so in the study, basically, they compared the answers of scientists to citizens to see, where there were gaps, where citizens might, to find out what citizens think is beautiful, and whether it aligns with what scientists think is beautiful as well, based on our pre-existing understanding of coral reef science. And what they found, fortunately, was that there was a lot of overlap. So reefs with a lot of structure were aesthetically pleasing, with a lot of color. And so I'm interested, because Great Barrier Reefs reefs in the Pacific has a lot more diversity than the Caribbean. I'm actually interested in finding out, how would that compare to a Caribbean reef, since our reefs are very different. So that's another way in which we can use the imagery in sort of getting a social understanding of what people think a healthy reef is. And I mean, apart from that, you know, Christophe touched a bit about the education side of things, and how we can just use these images to show people what a coral reef in Caribbean actually looks like, and that's what I'm doing in my home country in Trinidad and Tobago now. So yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you. I think it was amazing to see how we can take from this encounter of art and science, and Gianni, I think that what you just did is validate so many efforts of so many people to keep recording virtual reality for research purposes and also for awareness purposes. So thank you very much for this. And as I said before, among the VR community, Christophe is a hero in the sense of the last memory of the corals. And with this resource, maybe, you know, we can innovate also in the Mesoamerican Reef. Doctora Claudia Padilla, ojalá que también contemple esta posibilidad con otros ojos, porque son recursos muy valiosos que a todos nos pueden servir. So now let's get down to coral issues. So if I may to introduce first, and one of our, of course, VIPs, one of the most notorious characters on the coral restoration community, who has been sharing his knowledge in the Mesoamerican Reef as well. Please, Dr. David Vaughan, if you can take the floor, we will be honored to guest you on the Ocean Innovation Hub. You might turn your microphone on, and you can take over the screen. Doctor.
Yes.
Yes.
America Central también. And I would like to present a little bit about what microfragmentation is, and an entity which is a new tool to be able to use for coral restoration. So microfragmentation, as opposed to very beginning of breaking very fragile branching corals, such as staghorn corals, was a new...
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm not sure if everybody's seeing the screen. Can we confirm that the screen is working?
Yeah.
Are you taking out? Is the screen, doctor's screen, working?
No, not yet.
All right. Let me know if you need assistance, doctor. You can send me the...
Okay, we're trying to cut and paste the meeting link. All right, can everybody see that now?
Yes, doctor.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. And I actually worked for many years for Mote Marine Lab, and now I have my own foundation called Plant a Million Corals. In order to be able to provide to you the ability to utilize this new technology of microfragmentation in many areas for more than just the general and established fragmenting of staghorn corals. And from a mistake of breaking some of the massive corals into tiny pieces and then thinking that that piece was going to be stressed, turns out that the smaller you can cut any of the massive coral species, as little and as small as one single polyp, faster it stimulates it to grow for a period of time. And therefore, if you take a normal size massive coral and cut it into hundreds of pieces, it is able to grow faster, and you've produced hundreds of pieces of the same thing. Then in just a few months, those tiny single or few polyps of just a few millimeters will grow to a number of centimeters in months instead of years. And so this is a game changer for the other species that people had not been able to utilize in the past. And it now is an ability to be able to utilize in land facilities like a land nursery, as well as I'll show you some examples being done in Belize where they utilize the technique on a boat and plant it right back into the field location. So this is a picture on the left-hand side of small ceramic or cement bases in which small pieces of the coral polyps have been able to be placed on them, and you can fit as many as 1,000 microfragments in a tank, and within 6 months to 9 months, they grow fast enough to be able to be overgrowing plug or base, and actually, as in the right
Doctor, I think we lost your audio. Doctor, your audio is in mute. If it's not on mute, you might need to reinitiate the audio. Because I'm not listening. Anybody else is listening?
Yes, I can.
¿Tú sí escuchas, José?
Sí, sí lo estaba escuchando.
Ah, perfecto. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
100-year-old coral head. The technology is easiest done on land. It utilizing a diamond blade saw that was designed to cut coral into jewelry. We use live corals and cut the skeleton and the live tissue into tiny pieces and then glue them onto the plugs or bases. This can be done in a very short period of time with a few hundred to even 1,000 corals produced in one afternoon. And then these can be grown or put back into the field in some cases very quickly. One such location is the INAPESCA lab in Puerto Morales. And this laboratory is one where they have a microfragmentation lab on the inside on the right, where their staff is using the same saw to cut the corals, and an outside using sunlight in the tanks on the left, where they can produce thousands of corals of some of the species that is beyond just the staghorn coral. They have had success there in the area of Cancun, where using regular fragmentation, staghorn and elkhorn coral in a field nursery were planted on the reef there, the Cavonis that was in the hurricane destroyed down to just rubble. And with only a few thousand corals, the entire reef 5 to 8 years later looks just beautiful with staghorn and elkhorn coral. So by using microfragmentation, you could utilize some of the other species and utilize some of the naturally resistant strains of species that hopefully even are resistant to the stony coral rapid tissue loss disease. So we can make a reef that is established and beautiful and functional ecologically. Another good example is the Fragments of Hope program in Belize. With Lisa Carnes, she has done a wonderful job by training community members from the fishing community and divers and conservation-minded individuals. The picture on the left shows her training people how to put fragments inside a polyethylene rope to be able to place on the bottom. And on the right-hand side, you'll see that same saw for cutting corals being utilized on a catamaran vessel as a platform of a floating nursery on location where they immediately can place the fragments right back on the reef. This has been successful in being able to effectively and economically outplant large areas of coral. And I think both the Cancun reef as well as the Laughing Bird and other reefs in Belize from Fragments of Hope are good examples of the direction of what we can do. And this is a picture of the after spot after being planted for a few years of what was completely destroyed by hurricanes and now is a beautiful branches of elkhorn and staghorn corals that are now being planted in other reef locations. So this is a very good technology that could be utilized by people around in other locations. It's a game changer for coral restoration, which most of you know is very well needed. We can do this in many locations. We can help establish a living reef while it is establishing the ecosystem services that are provided for all the rest of the organisms. I'm working in Plant a Million Corals to try to show people around the world how this technology can be implemented. And it's not just a good start, it is the hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much, Doctor. So we wanted to highlight the fact that these technologies are already existing, already operating, and they all together can combine a super powerful tool for the sake of the goal of restoring the reefs. So we have in Quintana Roo also BioRock technology, and we also have other kinds of resources. But in the sense of connecting the current situation of the Mesoamerican Reef, we're experimenting one of the largest crises that we ever had, and it's due to the bacteria presence. So we are unfortunately watching that coral restoration is an absolutely necessary element, but we need to keep pushing the frontiers of innovation. So before we go to our next panelist, I would like to know if there is any questions, and also I would like to invite Emily and Hank Rogers, if you guys want to take a place in the seats in the stage, you're welcome. Hank. These are other partners in crime to try to restore corals and save the blue planet. So, Dr. David, if you are open to a couple of questions maybe from the audience, if anybody would like to ask something to Dr. David Vaughan. Emily?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, I thought, did you shake hands only, or that was a question?
Can I ask a question?
Please, by all means, thank you.
Yeah, so if we can get samples of all the species of coral in an aquarium, and then say 100 years from now we've solved climate change and solved ocean acidification, can we then use the aquarium-based coral to repopulate coral reefs around the world?
I don't see any reason why not, but I would rather be a little optimistic that beyond a coral gene
Your
bank.
microphone is off, I think, David.
No, I can hear.
Oh, sorry.
Private message. Besides the coral gene bank idea, which is possible to do to repopulate, I would hope that we look for the existing resilient and resistant species or genotypes and try to establish kind of coral cover with them now, so that we're not waiting till after sort of the end of the reef started over. I would like to try and keep an established functional reef, not just for the dozens of species of corals, but for the hundreds of species of fish and the thousands of species of invertebrates that require a functioning living reef to exist. Because even if in 100 years we plant the corals back, but we have lost the thousands of other species, then it's going to be a whole different reef than before.
Thank you, Doctor. That was very enlightening, and this allowed us also to open the floor to our next speaker. So please, let's give a strong clap to David. And now, talking of the devil, Mr. Hank Rogers, the next conversation that we're about to have. Doctora Carmen Paniagua, I basically approached her with the vision of, basically with a big question, because what we saw, it was that the coral was not restoring fast enough, and the possibility of losing the coral was so real that we had to basically go into a different, try different opportunities. So on this sense, in a conversation with the director of the Mexican Institute of Fishery, she pointed at me the work of Doctora Carmen Paniagua here, one of the lead researchers on germoplasm and genomics. In Mexico, we have what I mentioned before, what we would like to call like the Mexican MIT of the Oceans, which is the National Commission of Science and Technology Research Laboratory. And she leads the national subsystem of aquatic genetic resources. So on one very great day, March 8th, 2018, we were notified that the stony coral tissue loss disease bacteria was all over the Caribbean, all over the Mexican Caribbean, and we might lose the whole reef, I mean the hard coral, within 1 year and a half. So it was a very synchronicity effect because Doctora Paniagua's specialty is especially what you just asked, Hank. So I will let the floor to Doctora Karen Paniagua, please. Give a warm welcome because her work is amazing and we are super honored and lucky to have her fighting for the Mesoamerican reef. The floor is yours, doctor.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can see my presentation.
Sí.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting and to talk about a little, in a short talk about corals. My area of expertise is not corals, but it's a conservation. So we are a group of people working together to do something for corals. So probably you or somebody is curious about the title, and this is because I always ask myself why Noah forgot to place aquatic animals in the ark. I don't know. It is because he was already in the water or because he thought it wasn't nothing important in it. But today we know that the oceans give us important services, and they supply us with food. They support important economy. They help controlling CO2 and many other services. So this is very important. Despite of that, instead of giving thanks to the oceans and all the service they give us, in return, we just contaminate them. So this is really sad. I would like to introduce something about our background. We started in 1998 with a germ plants bank for aquatic species. And this come from the National Subsystem for Aquatic Genetic Resources of Mexico, and we have 3 banks in Mexico ready to use. No, we haven't used them completely because we are lack of funds, but we are ready to do some research in that banks. And our main goal is to conserve the genetic resource of Mexico for present and future generations, just taking account that Mexico is a mega diversity place. So we have a lot of the resources to conserve and take care of. And this is our main objective. But now I want to talk about specifically of the project. We are a group of researchers. We are like principal investigators, myself from CCS, from the Subsystem for Aquatic Genetic Resources, and from Ensenada, Mexico, and Dr. Anastasia Banaszak from UNAM, Institute of Ocean Science and Limnology, and Dr. Claudia Padilla from CRIP INAPESCA from Puerto Morelos. She is here, so if you have more comments, Claudia, just go ahead as soon we finish the presentation. And we want to be together to do something for coral. So I'm not a coral expert, but Dr. Claudia knows a lot of corals, Anastasia knows about the crop preservation of corals, and I have the subsystem. So we can do a very good team to do something for corals and crop preserve germ plants of corals. So we go together to work with and make the plan to do something with crop preservation of coral. Also, we wanted to invite
another experts in this area. So we invite Dr. Mary Hegetor. She's in Smithsonian in Conservation Biology Institute, and she knows a lot of corals. She has do a lot of protocols to conserve germplants of corals. So she's really good on that. We invited also Dr. Terry Tirsch, who is right now the leader, a very important project about the preservation of modern species in aquatic modern species. And he is the leader of Aquatic Germ Plants and Genetic Research Center. And we also invite Dr. Daniel Estelles from Northeast University, because he is conserving all the genome from the ocean. So Mary, Terry, and us from Mexico, we try to conserve germ plants. That means eggs, sperm, tissue, anything that we can create another organisms. And Dr. Listel is focused on DNA. So I think this is a really nice group all together, wants to do something for corals and ready to work. So after we were together, we set up the objectives of this project. We have 4 main objectives. We want to develop a program for the resource of live tissue. Dr. Claudia Padilla is working with that. Also, we want to develop protocols for crop preservation, gametes, larvae, and tissue. This is not easy to do, so we need to work a lot with these techniques and figure out how we can freeze them. And also, we want to establish a germ plants bank for Mexican corals. So, but this only, for example, the banks I have, we have store species like germ plants from flounders, oysters, sapalone, sablefish, trout, shrimp. But this is a special germ plants bank for corals. So we want to establish that germ plants bank for corals. Also, we want to develop a backup program for ex situ samples, even in CCS, UNAM, and INAPESCA. You know, we can have all the eggs in a basket. We need to split our samples in different places so we can make sure we are not going to lose that germ plants that is very precious for us. This is the objectives of the project, and also we thinking that we can do that in a frame time around 5 years. And we're looking for budget. This is a big problem. We have, I think we have all we need. We have the people, we have the materials, we have the infrastructure, but we need budget to do this project. We make more or less how much we need. We figure out that we need around $3 million for this 5 years. So we're looking for that money right now. Also, I want to just to raise our awareness about the importance of this work. I feel nobody is taking a lot of interest on conserving corals or any other species in the ocean. So, like Noah, he forgot to put the aquatic species in the ark, and we are forgetting to put the aquatic species in our ark. First, awareness is the aquatic genetics resources sustain a lot of production of aquatic plants and animals. This is a reality. And I think not many people is taking in account that they face ecological changes, and including the climate change, to supply food for not the same organisms in the water, but for us. And wherever anything is happening in the ocean, they have a, a, a percussion in the terrestrial communities also. So another important thing that we need to point out is the conserving aquatic genetic resources by crop preservation is not a final solution, part of the solution. So because this tool is not protecting the habitat, also this tool does not replace management plans. So we need to work together, make the big plan. And also conserving aquatic genetic resources by crop preservation can help to buy time. This is for sure. We can keep the germ plants for many, many years, even 100 years probably. They can be there, but we can waste resources if we don't do it properly. And they can stay there if the habitat is not ready to receive these germ plants. Does not make any sense to have it stored. So this is my big questions to everybody. Make conscientious about this. This is the window where I see the ocean every day. I'm working, and I asked me myself, what kind of world are we leaving for our future generations? I don't know if my grandchild or my grandchild will be able to see this beautiful world, and they are going to be able to know the corals. Probably in a few years, they don't know what is that about. And I want to do this awareness to everybody that we need to do something. We have a lot of technology, but we need to see the ocean, to see what we have, and put it in our ark. You know, even Noah forgot to put it in the ark. We here to put it in the ark and do something for genetic resource, aquatic genetic resource. So I'm taking your questions, and Dr. Padilla is here with me, so we can do some comments. They are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctora Carmen. You have a question, Claudia Padilla? Or a comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Carmen. It's beautiful to see that this project is going on, because several years ago we are talking about it, and right now we are working with the first things, and it's very exciting, and to share with us that we have the first several colonies that we rescue from Cozumel and Tulum, that was colonies that was affected by the stony coral tissue loss disease, and right now they are safe in our facilities, and we are waiting for go to the field and to start with a more work to have a big genetic bank in our facilities, and to work with you in a bigger project in the near future. Thank you very much, Carmen.
You're welcome, Claudia. Yes, we have a lot of work to do and no budget at all. We are ready. We have everything, people, everything. So I think it is another question for, yes?
Another question?
Yes, Christian? I think, I don't know, it's a right hand.
Es la mano de Claudia.
Okay.
So I want to thank Doctora Carmen. This panel was designed just to unveil the obvious We have been working separately with many efforts that they are already obviously need to be integrated and collaboratively participating, not only academy, public policies, and the private sector, as we all know, but also, and just to wrap the meeting, gracias, doctora Paniagua. And just to wrap the meeting, I'm just going to add one little topic on that, which is the role of civil society. Every panelist that is being on today, it has bring something innovative that we should take in consideration. Sometimes we found out that it's complicated for big organizations and for the directors of the sectors to thrive and create agreements. So in the social innovation field, which that is the part that I'm trying to highlight in Latin America as well, this is the role of civic society. Connect in innovative ways with the most important topics of the current challenges and be creative on using art, technology, and civic society participation. I have the honor to feel that I can say that as an active citizen of Mexico, invitations like the ones that we did to Carmen Paniagua and the current governor of Quintana Roo, Carlos Joaquín González, which allowed Doctora Claudia Padilla to gain an extra budget to start to incentivize more coral restoration on the region. And all of these matters can only be possible with more people involved on this agenda. So that was a very happy day for us. That was the day in which Claudia Padilla was announcing the beginning of the state program of coral restoration of the state of Quintana Roo. And now she's keeping the coral for Doctora Paniagua. We are working hard, sharing awareness about these opportunities. The same project is running in Florida, but with $160 million budget, because that we have an already existing infrastructure, we can break down that cost to 3.2 or $3 million, which is really, really nothing. To create an Ark of Noah, a coral genome bank, with $3 million is a joke. There's not many things that you can do with $3 million on that level. And the other picture that you see is from the first tourist restoration area that we opened with a lot of effort for tourism to be able to engage on a place where you have 15 million tourists, produces $2.2 billion a year on tourism. Having tourism as a force of restoration is one of the key elements that we can engage with. And thanks to Dr. Germán Méndez, to the marine biologist Germán Méndez, that he's a true superhero on the water, and his conviction has led and inspired many other divers. We have more than 350 divers already certified in his program. That means around there's 350 people who knows how to plant coral and how to grow coral on traditional techniques of fragmentation. And now, thanks to David, meeting also with Doctora Claudia Padilla in Quintana Roo, now fragmentation is also available. We also have the other kinds of structures that we have experimenting with, from reef balls to biorock, and many other solutions are available on the international landscape. And now with the Coral Genome Bank, this common effort is the first time in Mexico that we have a cutting-edge program executed by the three most important academic institutions and research centers of Mexico. And all of this is being incentivized by civic participation in the state agenda, in the federal agenda, in the legislative agenda, and we need to continue participating as civic society. And I invite everybody to never underestimate the power of civic society. Some projects have been operating for many years without a true effect on the restoration of the coral. But we need to keep going and invest in more technology and more innovation, and allow new ways, new creative ways of engagement because we have lost the time. So without further saying, I want to thank everybody, and I will let the floor to my partner in crime in this beautiful platform and opportunity to share with these amazing minds from all over the world. We have people from many, many, many countries participating for the first time in a fully virtual environment. So I would like to welcome Emily Magallo, please. Welcome, Emily. McGlone, I'm sorry, Emily McGlone, my bad, from Peaceboat US, one of our main supporters. She's been always supporting the possibility of the Coral Genome Bank. So please, Mesoamerican Reef, give a warm welcome. The floor is yours, Emily.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you for the conversations. What a great panel we have. It's so wonderful to see lots of people here from all around the world. So thank you so much to all the organizers and to our last panel. So welcome again, everyone, to the Ocean Innovation Hub. My name is Emily McGlone, and I am the director of Peaceboat US, an international organization working to promote peace and sustainability, traveling the world and connecting with communities across the oceans. We are beyond excited to be here, featuring our Peaceboat EcoShip project and partnerships for the oceans. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanya.
Can I assist you, Emily?
I was just hoping that Tanya is joining me here on stage. I wanted to make sure she was able to hear, if you guys can hear her mic. Let me just make sure. We're just testing her mic one more time here. So I'll just continue a little bit with my self-introduction, but really my colleague Tanya Pittman is going to be here with me on stage today, and we're so proud to be taking an active role in organizing events around this year's United Nations World Oceans Day with the theme of Innovation for a Sustainable Ocean. Relating to the introduction of new methods, ideas, or products, innovation is a dynamic term and one that is fundamentally filled with hope. This year, the United Nations World Oceans Day celebration took place as a virtual event with an inspiring lineup of speakers, artists, and creatives for the ocean. Since its inception in 2008, the United Nations World Oceans Day on June 8th celebrates the ocean and its importance to the planet and our lives, while raising awareness about the many threats it faces. As the challenges to the ocean continue to grow, so does the need for novel solutions and the people driving them. Today's event is a culmination of so many partners joining together from the private sector, United Nations delegates, civil society, youth, and artists who have a deep passion for ocean conservation, climate action, and true innovation, which embodies the spirit of the oceans and coastal communities who depend on these precious resources. The events this week have shed light on innovations from around the globe in areas of need that are both promising and proven, ones that instill optimism, and the ones that have demonstrated the ability to scale effectively. It will also provide a platform to thought leaders of varied backgrounds who are paving new paths forward for the health of our oceans and our planet as a whole. Today, I'll be presenting about our newest project, Peaceboat's EcoShip, a transformational program to construct the planet's most environmentally sustainable cruise ship, sailing as a flagship for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this afternoon, and I'd like to extend my gratitude once more to our partners from the Friends of the UN World Oceans Day, Oceanic Global, Dualis, the Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea, and our production partners at Restore Coral and Laval virtual teams. Thank you so much for your efforts to make this Ocean Innovation Hub a possibility. So on the screen, you should be able to see my EcoShip presentation. And I would like to start with, first of all, just showing our ship as an example of sustainability and climate action. Next slide, please. Peaceboat has been sailing around the world for more than 37 years as an NGO and a social business, which means that people pay to come on board and that funding is recycled into our nonprofit activities. Peaceboat is also a proud partner of ICANN. We are on the International Steering Committee of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. And with that, we are sailing with the Nobel Peace Prize on board our ship. As Peaceboat travels the world, we are visiting more than 20 countries every 3 months. That means about 100 ports of call around the world during our global voyages. We carry on board 1,000 passengers on each voyage, and we are also collaborating with every country that we visit, working with civil society, indigenous communities, women's groups, and youth activists around the world to raise awareness for important global issues. Peaceboat travels on 3 different global voyages per year. We are working around the world, sometimes traveling to the Northern Hemisphere, visiting the Baltic region and the Mediterranean, other times alternating the route and going towards the Southern Hemisphere, visiting Patagonia, South Africa, and the southern regions. So I'd like to ask, just while our presenters are getting ready to upload the presentation, can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we listen.
Yes.
So I'm just checking if everybody was just so she's doing a self-introduction. And while we get the slides on stage, let's see. Okay. So I'll just continue to speak a little about our EcoShip project. You can see the image on the right-hand screen of the EcoShip, and we're just going to be changing between a few of the slides. But Peaceboat was started in 1983. It was founded by 4 Japanese university students in Tokyo who were so interested in creating a space for conversation, to have interactions around the world and create friendships, thus creating more sustainable projects together as they interact and exchange ideas. Those 4 university students have led the pathway to creating what is now Peaceboat's global voyages. And Peaceboat actually just also acquired a new ship called the Zenith. So Peaceboat has been working with our current ship, the Peaceboat that we have now, the Ocean Dream, and now we'll be sailing in a fleet of ships, which will be Zenith and the Peaceboat, before our next endeavor with our EcoShip project. So you can see on the screen that we have our Peaceboat here sailing, and as I mentioned, we are sailing with the Nobel Peace Prize on board and visiting so many ports of call during each year. Next slide, please. Okay. And on the side of our ship, on the hull, we have the Sustainable Development Goals logo painted on the ship. That logo stands for all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And we are working on each of those together with our partners in the countries that we visit. We are also working with our Ocean and Climate Youth Ambassadors. These are young people coming from small island developing states, as Peaceboat is obviously sailing the high seas and sailing to so many islands across these vast oceans. Peaceboat's educational programs that take place on board involve guest speakers and educators who are working to raise awareness about important global issues such as human rights, sustainable development, and indigenous cultures. These guest speakers come and sail with us for about a week at a time during our 3-month global voyage. Next slide, please. Peaceboat is also active in creating awareness and activities around the world in our ports of call. Sometimes we're organizing volunteer activities, for example, beach cleanups or restoration of the forests and the mangroves. Last year, for example, the Peaceboat was docked in New York City, and we had a large celebration on board for the Sustainable Development Goals, creating awareness and promoting the United Nations World Oceans Day with our United Nations partners, together with civil society, youth, and activists on board. We filled the ship with inspiration for the oceans. Next, please. And if we can just continue to the next slide, we can go to the next 2 slides, please. Peaceboat believes that travel in itself can be a tool for positive social and political change. We do this by creating and implementing best practices in responsible travel, what we call travel for peace and sustainability. Our partnerships with local organizations and travel agencies reflect our effort to promote tourism in a progressive and educational form, so as to continue promoting global sustainability and peace. We believe in socially and environmentally responsible tourism. Next, please. On the next few slides, you're going to see our next project, which is the EcoShip. As we are promoting socially and environmentally responsible tourism, we also realize that we need to have a more sustainable cruise ship. The current maritime industry does not have the possibility to create these kind of cruise ships that we need, then we'll have to create them ourselves. Next slide, please. Peaceboat will be sailing with wind sails and solar panels on the roof, as you just saw in these slides. And with that, we are hoping to reduce our CO2 by 40% with a 50% energy load reduction, and also a 20% propulsion energy reduction. These are amazing goals that we can achieve through the EcoShip that will not only shift our current voyages to be more sustainable, but will also create a paradigm shift for the entire maritime industry, reducing the carbon that is put into our oceans. Next, please. And as I mentioned in this photo, you can just see a little bit of our goals for the Peaceboat. And there's so much more. One more slide, please. Inside the ship, we're also going to be using the dance floor, for example, to create kinetic energy. You'll be able to see how much energy you're using in your cabins, in your rooms. We'll have meters that people can level and show how much energy they want to use that day and to see if they can meet their own targets, thus raising awareness and helping to provide education for our current customers who are traveling with us on the Peaceboat. And we like to call our passengers or customers of Peaceboat participants because they are really participating in the Peaceboat global voyage. Next slide, please. Peaceboat's EcoShip will also include a botanical garden and real ecosystems on board, providing a place for nature reserves and those who want to enjoy gardening and promoting a closed loop water system where we can actually irrigate the garden using the recycled water on board the ship. Next, please. And we'd like to also recognize our EcoShip supporters. Inspiring speakers like Dr. Sylvia Earle and Fabian Cousteau have joined us this week for the United Nations World Oceans Day celebrations. And we're so excited to have them as our EcoShip team supporting us along the way as we make the best decisions that we can to create the most sustainable and eco-friendly cruise ship for our oceans. Next, please. And here we just have our website for the EcoShip, where we hope that you can actually tune in and visit us and learn more about our projects. We welcome impact investors, partners all around the world, and anyone who is interested in really setting the paradigm shift for the maritime industry together. We know that the cruise industry needs to change, and we want to do that together by setting an example for sustainability and climate action. And if we can just now show the EcoShip video, we'll put it in the broadcast. If everyone can then click on the video once the link pops up, we'd like to show a rendering of what our Peaceboat EcoShip will look like, and also introduce Peaceboat's founder, Mr. Yoshioka Tatsuya, who has been a founding member of Peaceboat and a director for more than 37 years, bringing us together, uniting the world across the oceans for climate action and sustainability. And we're so proud to be working together on the EcoShip on this next endeavor for the years of 2020.
Sustainability, one of the major topics at SMM 2018 in Hamburg. The EcoShip will set standards for the future.
Too much contaminated by the consumerism. But now we have to start to recognize that this planet is not only for us, our kids and the children of children and grandchildren. That's now maybe people start to recognize. And I hope this ship can make a global impact to wake up everybody.
The outer hull of the 224-meter-long ship is modeled on a whale to minimize water resistance. The ship is propelled exclusively by alternative propulsion systems.
The main fuel
The second biggest contributor to the propulsion will be the sails. So we have 10 sails contributing up to 10% towards propulsion. Overall, as the ship, with the addition of the sails, the solar panels, the onboard garden that we have, and the collaboration of our great passengers, we're reaching 40% of CO2 reductions.
2,000 passengers can be accommodated in 750 cabins on board the sailing cruise ship. It's due to be launched in 2020.
This is a very simple motivation. I'm working the 35 years to promote this cruise, and I recognize how much this planet is beautiful. So I would like to do something.
The power of the wind returns as ship propulsion, the future of moving on water. Just one of many highlights at the SMM 2018 in Hamburg.
Thank you so much. And I hope that video was a small inspiration for all of you to be able to see the power of what the EcoShip can do for our oceans. And with that, thinking about also, let's see if we can go ahead and, okay. I was gonna say if the video is then down. With thinking about renewable energy and what we are working on together for a sustainable energy future, I would like to invite a very special guest up to the stage, who's already here with me, Mr. Henk Rogers. A visionary philanthropist, Henk is the founder of the Blue Planet Foundation and is truly committed to the mission of stewarding the environment through developing non-carbon initiatives, clean energy sources, and he's personally devoted to helping our planet reduce and eventually eliminate its dependence on fossil fuels. Henk and I have been working together to share inspirational stories and examples of how we can collaborate towards carbon-free future using renewable energy to provide the power we need from everyday activities to travel and work. Let's welcome Mr. Henk Rogers to the stage, please. So Henk, thank you so much for being here with us today. It's exciting to have you here in the virtual world of the Ocean Innovation Hub. And as we pave the way towards creative and groundbreaking technology, all right, break it down. There's a need for a clean energy future.
Well, hello, my name is Henk Rogers. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me all right, Emily?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay, fine. So my background is, gosh, it starts with computer games. I was a developer and a publisher of computer games. You guys might know me for having published and now managing a little game called Tetris. Let's see, why am I in this room? So 15 years ago, I sold a company, and about a month after I sold the company, I found myself in an ambulance on the way to the hospital with 100% blockage of the widowmaker. That's the largest artery in your heart. And I looked at the ceiling of the embassy of the ambulance, and I said, "You got to be kidding me! I haven't spent any of the money yet." The second thing I thought was, no, I'm not going. I still have stuff to do. And so obviously I survived. I have 2 stents and I'm fine. So what did I mean by stuff? And I started thinking about what did I want to get done by the time I really died at the end of my life, say maybe 20, 30 years, 40 years later. And so I tried to look back on my life from when I'm like 90 or 100 years old, and I thought, you know, what is it that I really wanted to get done? And I found my missions in life. And the first mission that came to me was in the back of the newspaper, actually. It was a little article in the back of the newspaper that said something like, "Oh, by the way, we're going to kill all the coral in the world by the end of the century." I'm going like, you idiots, what are you talking about? So I looked into it, and they were talking about ocean acidification, which is caused by carbon dioxide. So my mission number 1, carbon dioxide, by the way, is mostly being generated by humans doing internal combustion and a bunch of other really stupid things. I said my first mission is to end the use of carbon-based fuel, because everything, let's backtrack for a second. I moved from New York City to Hawaii, to the beach of Hawaii, when I was 18 years old, and I lived on the beach surfing and diving for a year. So as you can well imagine, I fell in love with the ocean, the coral, the fish, and everything, the biodiversity. And so by thinking about what is the biggest problem that's facing the coral and what's facing all of the animals that are depending on the coral, is we've got to get rid of all that carbon dioxide. And so I started a foundation called the Blue Planet Foundation. And what we're doing is, first of all, the Blue Planet Foundation focused on Hawaii, because I live in Hawaii. Hawaii is my adopted home. And I believe that we have to clean our own room before we can ask others to clean their room. The eventual goal is to take back 1 trillion tons of carbon dioxide that is now in the atmosphere and in the ocean, and sequester it where it's supposed to be. It can be sequestered on land, or it could be sequestered on the bottom of the ocean, but it has to be sequestered. So I formed a foundation, and rather than me telling you the story of the foundation, I will have my niece, who was at the time 7 years old, tell you the story of the foundation. Can we play the video?
Thank you so much, Hank. I'm so looking forward to working more with you. And also this video introduction is so beautiful. So I'm looking forward to playing this as well.
Can you play it now, or do I have to? Oh, there it goes. Yep.
Hawaii is our home. Hawaii is our home. But our home is changing.
Breaking news on Kauai tonight. Devastating flooding. Widespread damage. Homes on the verge of collapsing. Flooding. Widespread damage. Homes on the verge of collapsing.
Tonight, the rain is over, but the disaster is not.
I worry sometimes when I think about my future. What will it be like when I grow up? Would it be like what my parents remember? Climate change scares me. But we know that it doesn't have to be this way. We can change. That's why I'm grateful for Blue Planet Foundation. For the past 10 years, Blue Planet has been leading the way for clean energy. They think if we can do it in Hawaii, we can show the entire world what a clean energy future looks like. They brought together hundreds of students just like me to be a part of the change.
All right, now everybody get your signs. Everybody get together. Make your voice heard. Make your future happen.
They joined their families and neighbors to draw the line on climate change.
Our voices really matter, and us being here today is showing something and showcasing to the world that we really care about this issue and we want to take a stand.
And in 2015, their efforts paid off when Hawaii passed our country's first 100% renewable energy law. It's nice to know when I grow up, all our energy will come from clean sources. And now Blue Planet is growing. The Repower Project is working to bring Hawaii's 100% renewable energy law to other states. Now Blue Planet is active every day, making this change happen. They are in our classrooms and in our communities. We still have a long way to go. We have a lot of work to do. I'm excited about the new future we are creating. We can help solve our climate crisis, starting in Hawaii, and we'll inspire the world. But we can't do it alone. Will you help? For my future.
Is she adorable or what? Oh my God. Yeah, so we start with the mandate, and the mandate just says that we're going to go to, can everybody hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
the mandate says that we're going to get all of our electricity from renewable resources by 2045. Where do we get the date 2045? We actually asked for 2040, and the politicians were ready to give us 2050, and we fought and we settled for 2045. But as my son tells me, 2045 is actually a much better date, because 2045 is the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. What better time in history for us to get 100% renewable energy than the 100th anniversary of the United Nations? So what else do we have to do besides the mandate? You know, it's not just enough to say we're going to do it. We have to also figure out how we're going to do it. And so we've been working with the Public Utilities Commissions and with the legislators, and we've changed the business model of the electric company so that instead of making 10% on the price of oil, by the way, we get all of our energy up till now from oil. We spend $5 billion a year on oil, and we're only 1.5 million people. 30% goes to jet fuel, 30% goes to ground transportation, 40% goes to electricity. So we changed the business model from for the electric company. So it instead of making 10% on top of the price of oil, now they make more money the quicker they switch to renewables. And that is that's caused a change in the electric company. Now, all of a sudden, the electric company is trying to switch to renewables as quickly as possible, because now their shareholders want them to change because they're going to make more money. And if they switch to renewables, which are about half the cost or less than fossil fuel, basically they will make more money, and ratepayers will pay half the price for electricity. So it's a win-win situation. And we believe that this is something that we can do in the rest of the world. Well, first of all, Blue Planet Foundation has been working with other states in the country, in the United States, to get the same mandate. So now California also has a 100% by 2045 mandate, where we either have already got mandates or working on mandates in 13 other states. And so Blue Planet Foundation seems to be working okay, but it's working mostly in the United States. So then I started thinking, because I'm not originally from the States, I'm from Europe, I'm originally Dutch. And so what about the rest of the world? You know, the US is only 6% of the population. Yes, I know we're responsible for using up 25% of the energy, but we're still only 6% of the population of the world. And if we could see a future where everybody in the world is kind of equal, and we project that everybody is going to want to be like whatever the things that we have in the US, you know, the SUVs and so on, if everybody in the world wanted to have the same thing, it would be a disaster. So rather than wait for that to happen, we're thinking about how do we accomplish what we accomplished in Hawaii in the rest of the world. And so we formed the Blue Planet Alliance. And the Alliance is a gathering of all of the NGOs, the nonprofit organizations, governments that have already committed, universities that have committed, everybody and individuals that have committed to a world. And we've expanded from just trying to do renewable energy. Anybody who is committed to a vision of a world where humanity and nature live in harmony, they're part of the Alliance. So we're not only trying to fix the energy situation, but we're also trying to fix plastic in the ocean, recycling. There should be no such thing as garbage. There should be no such thing as anything which is thrown away. Everything should be in a circular economy. And so there are several things that we're trying to do with the Alliance. First of all, of course, the easy one is let's get mandates in every island in the world, or every city, or every state, or every country. starting with the mandate means that the companies and the people in that jurisdiction start thinking about how are we going to achieve that. And that is the first step in actually moving in the right direction, is you have to think about how you're actually going to do it. I don't want to hear that you can't do it. I want to hear how you are going to do it, because there are solutions and they are ready for implementation today. Wind and solar are so cheap now that there's no excuse for anyone to build any more fossil fuel infrastructure anywhere. So the first thing is the mandates. The second thing is a rating system, and the rating system changed taxi drivers from being, how can I say, very unhappy people to Uber drivers who are so nice. They ask you, is the temperature okay? Do you like this music? Would you like some water? I mean, and this is all by a 5-star rating system. So people get to rate the drivers and the experience. And as a result, those experiences have become amazing. So I'd like people to rate companies, products, services with a five planet system, and then we can choose the products or the services that most closely work towards our vision. And if we all make those choices, then all the companies will change, all of the products will change. We will have eco-friendly hotels, we will have electric cars, and all of those things will happen if we just do what we did to the taxi drivers by making them Uber drivers. And the last thing is, you know, I go around the world and I like this on the stage talking to people, and at the end of my speech, people ask me, well, what can I do? And my answer is always, I don't know what you can do. I know what I can do. I can get up here and talk, but I don't know what you know or what you are passionate about. And the answer is, you have to find out what it is that upsets you the most about the world and do something about that. Just pick whatever it is that you can do. But then actually I thought about it even more, and some people, they don't even know what they can do. So then I thought, okay, we need to have an app where people can go and then they can find out the things that they can do. And if they do one of those things and report back to the app that they did something, they should get points. And there should be some benefit to those points. The idea is the smallest action, an act of kindness to nature would be to pick up a piece of garbage and put it in a rubbish can. That is something that you can get a 4 or 5-year-old to do, and they can start earning points. If you have a child, you know, getting them to clean up their room, that would be an act of kindness, and they would be getting a lot of points for doing that. If they did it every day, wow, what a behavior change that would be. And then if they grow up and they always think about, oh, well, I got to clean up wherever I went, and whatever I do, I have to clean up after myself. I think that's a good mindset for us to be able to achieve a world in which humanity and nature live in harmony. The picture that's on the screen, to find out what the future looks like, I took my ranch. I have a little ranch. It's not huge. It's just 28 acres. That might be big for people living in the city, but it's not big for people living in Argentina or someplace where there's lots of land. So I have an energy lab. That the picture on the top is the energy lab, and we are studying energy storage, among other things. So the ranch is completely off grid. We're 28 acres inside of 100,000 acres of conservation land, which means there's nothing around us. And we're completely off grid. And we're starting to learn how to grow our own food. In my search for energy storage, I came on a good solution. It was a benign battery chemistry. Most batteries are made out of terrible chemistries like lead acid or nickel, cobalt, manganese. I mean, these are like nasty chemicals that you shouldn't throw into a landfill because they're hazmat, and by the way, a lot of them, if they spill or if you set them on, if they somehow catch on fire, they create toxic fumes and so on. So the batteries that I use for my home, my ranch, are lithium iron phosphate. Lithium and iron and phosphate are all benign chemicals. So our batteries don't get hot, they don't need a cooling system, and they last 30 years. And basically at the end of life, we can put them in a landfill and it's just fine. So we're not creating another problem by having nasty chemistry in batteries around the world. Well, people started asking me, can you do it for me? And little by little, then I said, okay, I can do it. And now we have a company that does energy systems for other people, for other companies. Do we have that other slide? Is there another slide? Maybe not. No, go back. No, yeah, I'm in somebody else's slides. Oh, that's okay. So we now have a company and we're rapidly expanding, creating products for, first of all, the US market. By the way, we retrofit 114 schools in Puerto Rico because they failed as emergency shelters because when the power went down after the hurricane, there was no electricity. No electricity means no food, no kitchen, no bathroom, no living spaces. And so now all those schools, with the help of the Red Cross, have solar panels and our batteries. So recently they had an earthquake and people were able to go to their emergency shelters and they worked just fine, even though there was no electricity in the neighborhood. So that's it for me. I hope that all of you will join me in the Alliance. And remember that I'm doing this to save the ocean in the first place. That's it's a roundabout way, but if we do not solve climate change, we can't help the coral. So that is the first thing that I'm working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hank. It is such a pleasure once again to have you here with us. And I just have to say, it's been amazing to work with you over the past week for the United Nations World Oceans Day, but also in just sharing really inspiring stories, down-to-earth talks, and motivating people that we can make a positive difference. And there's no way that anything is impossible. It's all about finding the possible way to make it happen. So thank you so much for being here with us again today. And then, as Hank mentioned, you know, we have to live in harmony with nature. Ecology and the environment that surrounds us is part of where we live on this planet. And to achieve a real blue planet, as Hank says also, we have to live together in these ecosystems and respecting the nature that we rely on. So with that, I would like to take a deeper dive. If we can go to the next slide, please. We're going to go a little bit now underwater with one of the most amazing independent award-winning and underwater filmmakers, National Geographic explorer and educator for the oceans. Please welcome up to the stage, Ziggy Livnat. We'll be speaking together with Ziggy today, just raising awareness about the critical need for conservation of our planet's largest ecosystem, the oceans. Ziggy's For the Sea productions are featured on the UN World Oceans Day website, and today we're excited to share some of his work with us here in the Hub. So Ziggy, thank you for joining us here. We're so excited to have you in the virtual Ocean Innovation Hub. How are you doing today?
Very good. Thank you so much for having me. It is such a pleasure being here and share the stage with amazing visionaries and change makers like yourself for our oceans. Thank you.
Thank you. And like I said, you know, working with all of our partners and bringing everyone together in this virtual space has given us so much inspiration. And I'd like to ask you, what was your first inspiration getting started using the underwater technologies for videography?
Well, it's kind of amazing how the ocean kind of brought me this way. I actually did my first dive course when about 30 years ago, because the ocean was my biggest fear. And doing a dive course was actually what got me over this and became one of the biggest love of my life. And I became an underwater photographer, taking pictures of tourists, basically they're doing their introduction dive in the Red Sea in Eilat. I'm originally from Israel. And it was just a slow progress of slowly paying more attention to my surrounding and taking more pictures of animals than tourists, which brought me to a stage that I had to pay my boss at the time because there was more animal pictures. And just my curiosity kept growing. And back then we took pictures with a Nikonos 5, which was a manual camera, underwater camera, with only 36 frames per roll, which also means 36 photos per dive. And you couldn't even know what you got until 2 days later. That was 27 years ago. And of course, the progress in technology is incredible. And my career evolved alongside with the incredible technological progress that answered the needs of for low budget creativity to produce activism for the ocean and empathy for marine animals through photographs and film. It's pretty amazing to see all the evolution of the technology, of course, from high 8 to DV cam to HD to 4K. All these are just amazing tools that like have been given to us to use creatively to, in my case, promote conservation and sustainability. And I decided at some stage, once I took a lot of pictures and ran with them to marine biologist friends, I slowly devoted my career toward coral reef conservation because I've seen the degradation, and decided to become a voice for the best I can for those animals that cannot talk and not know for most of us. So yeah, this is it got to a stage that we can actually produce from cutting film. Back then, we can actually produce a whole campaign from home with films and animation, and it's just like amazing progress, and including this platform that is just unbelievable. I mean, like, I'm in awe from the possibilities that this kind of technology opening up to us.
You're so right, Ziggy. And I'm just really excited to show some of your photos in this space with this beautiful background. Let's advance, if we can advance to the next photo, please. We have a few photos here of underwater wildlife and a little bit of deep diving. You know, earlier we got to see some of Christoph and Sophie's photos from the underwater earth. And I think the more that we understand the beautiful nature that surrounds us with the life below water, the more that we can appreciate it and respect that nature. If we can advance to the next slide, please. All right, and not only is nature below water, but Ziggy, here we see some ghost nets on the screen. What do you think is going on underwater that we can really make a difference to help with the pollution problem that the ocean is facing today?
Our ocean are in a dire straits. I mean, it's been a very complicated, and I mean, the buildup, we are dumping more than 8 million tons a year of plastic into our oceans, new plastic every year. It's a disaster. I mean, like, really, for marine life. And this is why this whole week of inspiration and coming together is so important. And it gives so much hope moving forward, because we are amazing when we are being challenged like this. We've created this problem, and now it's time to kind of take action. And it's really, really mind-blowing to see all the actions that are being taken. And of course, there's so many different problems that our oceans are facing these days. And you know, we are trying very hard to restore corals, which I think that is incredibly important, because they are, yeah, their importance is not even monetized. It's beyond that. It's health of everything. And if the water are extremely polluted with microplastic that stop them from being able to reproduce, and other organisms, and as of today, it's already known that we are consuming about 5 grams of plastic, each and every one of us, every week. So there's a lot of issues that are kind of far from the eyes in the oceans that we do need to bring to the table and use the technology, social media in a variety of ways, of course, and plus working with technology that can actually remove a new innovation that can fix this problem without causing additional issues as sometimes we experience, or most of the time, when we're trying to interfere and fix a problem while creating others that we don't really predict. So
absolutely, you're so right, Ziggy. I was just going to say, it's just like what Hank was saying about the batteries. You don't want to have a battery storage unit that then becomes, a more contaminating substance to the planet, right? Same thing with our oceans.
Absolutely, and there's so many little and amazing animals that live under there, that a lot of them we don't even know exist and suffer so much and affect negatively the systems unless we start really protecting them. We can see on the screen these amazing little nudibranchs that are about like an inch and a half long, and we've been given an incredible planet, an incredible Mother Ocean, and it's our privilege and duty to take care of it the best we can.
Thank you. And let's look a little bit deeper. I think your next few slides are really unique and interesting, and tell a little bit of your story with your current work. Just to ask a little bit about this year's theme for the United Nations World Oceans Day, Innovation for a Sustainable Ocean. What is your perspective on this innovation that you're working on, and what do you think we as a community can do to use technology to raise awareness for these issues?
Thank you. At the end of the day, it comes down to all of us being connected. Each and every one of us has a unique connection with our planet that need to be empowered, and I believe strongly that the best way to do so is with the use of arts. I also believe that I cannot change anybody's behavior. Only the person, him or herself, can make this decision. And I think that art can play a critical role in this emotional connection. So I think that art really needs to kind of be more part of the conversation, and also collaborate with science to bridge science to people and to make it more personal. And I know a lot of amazing innovations that are happening as we speak. And I'm also, in my journey, explored many visual approaches to ocean conservation, trying to get to this emotional connection. And my current campaign, for example, the Sea Puppets that you can see on the screen right now, is an adult web-based series that adopts a comedic but yet a direct tone in a quest to shift attitudes and behavior in support of protecting the ocean from plastic pollution. This project is partially funded by National Geographic Society and other amazing international philanthropic organizations. We are currently writing scripts and building the puppets with our dream team. Our creative team is working closely with leading scientists from the fields of social behavioral psychology in creating the puppets, like each character of the puppets, to address different social media audiences, and also forming the messages throughout the campaign. We're working with marine biologists and environmental studies scientists to craft the messages and monitor our success as we go. We expected to film the first few episodes of the series this coming August, pandemic dependent. And we're actually doing the first season of the series in the Red Sea, in both Eilat, Israel, and Aqaba, Jordan, to also help strengthen the peace between the neighboring countries.
Amazing. Well, let's look at a few more of your underwater photos. I love that idea of doing the puppets underwater. And I think the more creative and the more fun we can make the oceans, the more accessible it is to all generations. So let's do the next slide. This is a little bit of coral restoration, but we also have some beautiful images of the coral reefs. And we're just about at our time limit, but is there any other message that you have, Ziggy, for our ocean community who's here listening today?
Well, my gratitude and thanks. Seeing this amazing movement starting to really take place globally, and the need of equality on so many levels. And I think that it's an amazing time to live in and be active and do the best we can for our future generation and every other species future generation.
Thank you, and I totally agree. If we can go to the next slide, please. We would love to use this as a backdrop to maybe pull up all of the speakers to the front of the stage so we can join together for a group photo as we are towards the end of our closing session. So I'd like to just ask maybe the last panel and all of our partners, including Tanya Pittman from Image Artists, to come with us and join us here on the stage. And Laval will be taking a group photo. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just give my closing message while everybody's getting sorted here today, but I just want to give one more extended thanks and gratitude really for everyone who's come to support the Ocean Innovation Hub today. We hope that you will be able to visit the office spaces that are beautifully decorated with creative exhibitions by our partners, and the gallery space on the second floor where there are exhibits including some of the winners from the United Nations World Oceans Day Photography Contest, partners from our civil society partners and organizations working on inspiring artwork. And we hope that this will encourage you to move forward and reaching our goal to protecting our ocean resources. Thank you so much. And please, let's grab together for this group photo. Thank you to Laval for all the amazing tech work that you've done to make this conference a huge success.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. For the ocean. Is that everyone on stage? Right. Ocean Hub. Right. Thank you so much. And we do have a dance space outside. I'd love to mention that we have 2 artists supporting today's event with music. We have our artist of Chris Mee, who's provided a soundtrack for us, and also Melanie Kamsen. So there is music in the space if you all would love to check that out. Music for the Ocean, with Parties for Peace and partners.
Peace, everybody. Thank you.
The gallery space, go to Recto Verso. That's the spirit. Okay, I'll go to the Recto Verso. If you want to join me, go to, we can, and then Recto Verso is. Yeah. Thank you very much for your help, man. Everyone, camera 1, camera 2, camera everyone.